There we are. And hello, and welcome back to Sebbywebz TV. Another frightening night of late night horror stories coming straight to you from Esfand's Porch. Ooh! Welcome in, Fat Bottom Lena. Welcome in, Blue Barrack. I know this is a very late night stream, and a part of me was thinking, should I go to bed right now? Just get an early night's sleep, wake up early? But the other half felt like a bit of acting. After all, that was I did not expect to be doing any acting tonight, or to be in the play at all, and it felt good. It felt good. Maybe I want to do a little more tonight. But welcome in, Lucy. Not Math Man. Welcome in. How are you? How you guys been? How did you like the Friendsgiving thing, everyone? How did you guys feel about that? Geneva, welcome in. And I thought also tonight, I was like, well, it's a Saturday night. None of you are going to bed early anyway, so you may as well hang out here on stream with me. Sebbywebz TV, acting genius. So, sick as Mr. Robot. Yeah, I love that show. What's up, your pog? Yeah, the skit was cool. It was unexpected. Yeah, no, I actually found that really fun. And, yeah, I felt a little bit tired just sort of in the initial warm-up to everything, just when everyone was hanging out. But I was, for those of you who saw my stream yesterday, I had a very bloody good reason to be tired and absolutely slaughtered. Yesterday's stream was not ordinary. So, for those of you who don't know, that was like the IRL karaoke stream of the century. Like that was, it's windy out here. The wind actually blew that over. That's actually crazy. Like, it must have been the wind, as they say in the Skyrim. I'm gonna see if I can read chat through my Twitch. Oh, I nearly forgot. Let me put in the horror ambience music. I do love this. This is always fun. Horror ambience music. Yes. 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 That's very good. Hi, Follow. Welcome in. Thick Goliath. Welcome in. Lee Gang, what is going on? Here we go. That was a Riz stream? Dude. I wasn't trying to Riz anyone. I was just chilling. I mean, I wasn't trying to Riz. It just happened naturally. But I think also people were fascinated by the camera and the stream. I'm just like, what is that? You know? And there was one guy, he pissed me off. He came in, he's always like, oh, only 400 people watching. I'm like, mate, look, this isn't YouTube, all right? This is not some YouTube video with 400 views. There's a very big difference between a YouTube video with 400 views and a stream with 400 live viewers. Very big fucking difference. I want to say, listen, mate, why don't you start streaming and try and pull 400 viewers, mate? Let's see how easy you find it, you fucking dickhead. So, but it's all right, Ash Nikoi. Because I remember thinking the same thing. Oh, fuck off, wind! Piss off! Fucking windy fuck. All right, well, this will have to be a bit lower down. I remember when I first looked at live streams ever, and I only knew YouTube videos. I saw streams with 3,000 viewers, like on YouTube and debates. I'm like, oh, that's not that many people. But now I'm like, oh, no, that's actually so many. That's so many people. He just didn't know, Ash. But also he was drunk. It's not the end of the world. Anyway, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Zerk, Papa Starch, welcome in. The Absent One, welcome in. Thick Goliath, what is going on, you fucking dog? Apologies if I missed any chats. Oh, you fucking... Dre, mate, welcome in. Dude, this is a low bass and it's still getting blown over. Is it windy? Can you guys hear a ton of wind and all that? If streams, 400 more people is more than people than there were in that bar, yeah. If streams got views based on how entertaining they were, that stream would have about 100k. I believe that stream was worth 100k. I believe that if some big streamer, like, I don't know, Kai Cenat or anyone else did a karaoke bar stream like that and had 100,000 views, no one would say, oh, that anything was out of the ordinary. So, It's a little bit, it's not bad. Yeah. It's not horrible sounding. Well, as long as I can voice act over the wind, then I believe that perhaps we can get away with it. Perhaps it can be done. How do I cope with having an evil villain voice? It feels good. It feels really good to be evil, mate. You have no idea. Zach, welcome in. Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm just lowering the bass lower and lower. When you're over 1K, you're in the top 2 to 3. No. Actually, Papa Starch, when you have... This is statistically true, by the way. When you have 50 viewers or more, then you are literally the top 1% of Twitch. Literally the top 1%. The average Twitch streamer has 10 viewers. Or less. Vast majority. Something like 70% or more, maybe 80. The people with thousands and thousands of viewers are the 0.001%. They are really, really, really rare. But the thing is, when you only watch the biggest streamers, it looks like they're normal. It's like when you look at Hollywood, when you look at actors, you're like, oh man, dude, there's so many acting jobs because I know so many, I know hundreds of them. It's like, no. Those actors that you've actually heard of are the 0.0001%. And I remember back in acting school, there was a book they told us about called The Facts. And it was saying that statistically, if you set your mind to it to become an astronaut, you're more likely to become a working astronaut than a working actor. Or at least like a successful actor, like one who's actually like rich and famous and stuff. Scary sound? It'll be all right. What type of stories am I going to read you? Well, we have an interesting little split tonight. We figured out a bit of a meta from doing this. Creepypastas have a serious issue. One is that they are all fucking way too long. They're all like 30 minutes. And 2, most of them are not even that good. Or not even that interesting. And 3, on top of that, creepypasta.com is absolutely packed to the fucking gills with ads. Like so many ads that when I try to read it, the page is constantly refreshing and I keep losing my place. So we found a meta. There's 2 metas. One is, stop it wind, fuck off. One is Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe's stories from 1850s are actually, and H.P. Lovecraft. I need to delve into H.P. Lovecraft. That would be fun. Edgar is good because his stories are really simple. His stories are just basically, guy goes to another person's room while he's asleep and kills him. But every moment, he understands the psychology of the person doing this, both the victim and the perpetrator. And he can explain each step of it in each detail, but in a way that's interesting and also always moving the story forward. It's never boring. He can take a very simple idea and just really show you how horrifying it really is. So like very, very intense situations. The man's a genius, Edgar Allan Poe. Also his website's much better. The other thing that we've been doing, also welcome in guys, welcome in Small Fry Sunshine, welcome in Brend. Well, Wind is horror immersion? It actually is. Tommy T-Rex, welcome in. The other thing we found that was really fun was fairy tales from the Brothers Grimm. Because, believe it or not, these are not American fairy tales. These are not your Disney fairy tales. These are incredibly violent and inappropriate for kids. And that's why they are really funny. That's why they're top tier. That's why we're going to be getting into that. Diva, welcome in. Still in Austin after the 19th? No, I'm here till December 15th. Which I realize I actually haven't told everyone yet. So I actually called my mum the other day and she was like, oh, yeah, you didn't tell me that. I'm like, oh, well, yes, well, gosh. Why do you feel like there's someone behind me? Because there is someone behind me. That's why. So, yes, but I shall read some chats and then we shall continue. What do my parents think of all this? My parents, I'm very, very lucky that in spite of having an Asian parent, they are very 60s. They're very 1960s in that they want me to be me. They're like, look, you decide what you want to do. Whether it's science, medicine, whether it turns out to be humanities, whether it turns out to be art. We don't want to ruin your life by forcing you to do something you don't want to do. But at the same time, whatever you do, you better be fucking good at it. You better do it really well. And that, I can respect that. I actually think that's kind of the best of both worlds when it comes to Asian and Western parenting. Because both to 100% have their flaws, for example. Asian parenting to its maximum extent can lead to very unhappy children. The parent decides that their kid is going to be the best at this, and this that they've chosen, the parents chosen, for the purposes of showing off and keeping up with the Joneses. For the purposes of showing off to other parents like their kid's a trained show dog. I don't like that. At the same time, if you go to Western parenting and go that all the way 100%, nothing else, it can result in, my kid can do whatever they want and that's fine, and I'll never ever discipline them or ever hold them to a high standard ever. So it's fine. But I'm going to read some charts. Would their minds change if I went into geology? No, anything really. You just have to be good at it. Wild backyard death predictions? Oh, God help me. If the excellence is leaned on to the point of obsession. But see, that's the thing, Stoic. If you want to be good at art or entertainment, you have to get obsessed. You have to. Otherwise, because everyone who has ever contributed something meaningful or memorable in art was an obsessed person. Now, I'm okay with that. But that's anything. If you say you want to be a rich businessman, there's a good book called, I think it's called Think and Grow Rich. Either that or it's How to Win Friends and Influence People. They're just kind of considered the basics. They're kind of books that everyone in business and entrepreneurship kind of has to read. Because it's like, look, you got to sell your shit. Sorry, I farted. And it's still happening. In fact, my trousers are thoroughly soiled. But yeah, if you're doing business, you have to have good social skills. The Art of the Deal? Yeah, The Art of the Deal. I'll tell you what, I actually listened to the Art of the Deal audiobook because I'm like, fuck it, I want to see what Trump has to say about business. And he was narrating it, and I'm like, oh, this gonna be good. But he only narrates the prologue. And once the prologue was done, I was like, it was some other guy reading the book. And I was like, if I'm gonna listen to Trump's book, I want to hear him reading it. It's like if you listen to 12 Rules for Life by Jordan Peterson, he actually reads his own audiobook, and it makes it more epic. At the same time, you don't really need to read 12 Rules for Life, in my opinion. You can get the very shortened version. You can get a shortened version of it through just listening to it, just watching his YouTube videos for free. And more entertaining versions of that. Yeah, Bongo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I am Battletoon. I'm just catching up with everyone first. I've only been live like less than 15 minutes. And I just want to have a chat with you all first, and then we'll get into it. So don't turn around, I'll be fine. Dip your foot into it. To the point of being unhealthy, Stoic, I think the problem is that all the best artists kind of are somewhat unhealthy to an extent. There are some. I'd say Bruce Lee was a very healthy, level-headed person, but he died early for reasons unknown. I think Alan Moore is one of my favorite artists of all time. And he seems very strange, but also like he enjoys life and has control over it. Werner Herzog is another one of my favorite artists. Again, quite a strange man, but seems to be in control of his life. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being strange, but living life on my own terms. Peanut, welcome in. 510, welcome in. The narrator's wig? No. By the way, guys, question. How was the play that OTK put on with Miss Kiff and Esfand and everyone else? I thought he looked great in his Grinch makeup, and it took a while to get that on. I thought Knut looked absolutely hilarious in his outfit. I thought he looked like Will Ferrell from Elf, but if he was just heaps jacked in Norwegian. Is there a VOD? Yeah, it'll be on Esfand's channel. Miz looked really funny. Yeah, no, I thought everyone was great. You know what I really liked about it is it reminded me of being in school and doing a school play. And it also reminded me of how much I enjoy and miss theatre. It's fine, that's just blankets flapping in a raft's tent. So, my God, it's a windy night. Perks of OTK, make oh no! Sorry, I was just attacked by a Wendigo. Can you fuck off, wind? Fucking asshole. I might need to sit somewhere else. Just let me check something, chat. Let me check if... I'm gonna put this really low so it can't get blown over. Yeah, I'm gonna check if there's a better spot to set up. It's safe from the wind. Because this is fine every other night. How heavy is this chair? Just 1 second, chat. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. It's a pity because this chair and table are really good. This table gives me a lot of things to balance things on. So I'm gonna move the chair back. Sorry, did that actually scare you? Cam and fireplace to block out the wind? Yeah, I could go in there a bit. Yeah. Yeah, as long as I move this chair back at the end, it should be fine. God, it's heavy. Let's do a little experiment. Let's see what this looks like over here. I'll do this as a light. Sorry I keep scaring you. But you know, you should be used to it by now. I mean, here's pretty good. Just wish I had a little table or something. What's the weather forecast look like? Is it meant to be windy tonight? Is it going to be windy all night? Or would it only be windy in your mum's bedroom, which is where I'm going? Does anyone know? So brave for having your back to the darkness? Look, it's Texas, mate. This is a bit of a bad part of America to invade people's homes in. Cloudy with a chance of weather? Can we talk about how I had 10 women flirt with me while I was trying to stream? Sure. But, you know, I'm not here to pick up. Well, listen. Don't get me wrong, mate. If my stream wasn't on, believe me, I'll be pulling the fucking birds. All right. I'll be getting my tube steak up some tart's flange. So I can't say that with a straight face. Believe me, I'd have them. So, nah, I just wanted to have a fun time that night. The ending was perfectly timed. Yeah. Any of your nerd riz lines work? No, I think it just chilling is fine. Oh. Yeah. How's it going, dog? I'm streaming, by the way. What are you looking for?
You're the only one out here?
Sorry?
You're the only one out here?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. That sounds good.
Oh, cheers, man. Appreciate it. Let's see. Pretty Ties, welcome in. Ebonheart, welcome in. It was amazing. Also, welcome in Insaney, Tails. I was literally doing nothing small. Yeah, but I wasn't trying to hit. Believe me, mate. If I want to pull the old Riz on some tarts, you know. If I want to flirt with the strumpets, all right. If I want to pull the birds, as they say. If I want to get my purple helmet warrior up some clunge, I think I know how to do it, you know? If I want to get my face in some axe wound, if I want to pull some gash, I know what to fucking do. But I also was working, and I didn't want to do that, so this is my job, exactly. I was like, listen, hey, fuck off, ladies. I'm streaming. That's what I said. Brit slang is wild. Yeah, the way that Brits say Axwin and Gash, you guys are disgusting. So, didn't I go home with them? No, I didn't. If the offer was on the table, then maybe so. But they were all going to bed, and I was like, that's all right. Because I knew I had this on today. And I wanted to not be too tired. And even then, I did technically sort of get 8 hours of sleep, but I was... I don't know, you could probably tell I was tired during the beginning, like the party part of it, because I just wasn't in, I didn't have the energy to just be fucking about, you know, and making content and all. But it all worked out in the end. As soon as you give me a game, I can do it. As soon as you give me a script, like in the play, or as soon as me and Arav were doing that game together with each other, it was fine. It was fine. I'm like, all right, I can make something a bit entertaining. So, but like, it's also something I'm not so good at when it comes to being a streamer in general, is that sort of making content just by hanging out aspect, by sort of, I don't know, playing it up, being a character. It's almost like, how would I say it? It's like getting all the naughty kids in classrooms around the world into one room. That's kind of what a streamer party is like. You know what I mean? Now I can do that if I'm energized, but there's also another part of me that just knows that I'm this much smaller than everyone else as far as content creation is concerned. And I know there's no, what is it? You know, view counters and everything, but that makes me not want to, you know, step on anyone else's cues or jokes or comedy or anything, or it is what it is. It's fine. It's fine. Also, Major Blue, welcome in. Major Blue, welcome in. It means I don't want to grab the camera and be like, hey, camera, look at me. Look at my funny joke. I don't want to be that guy when, you know, other big streamers are doing a bit. So, but that's just, maybe I'm just too polite. But I like that. Yeah, no, at the same time, as I say, if I am energized, I think it's fine. I misspelled it in my title? What? No, I didn't. Fuck, it's so windy, man. Oh my God, I did spell it wrong. Oh no, I did spell it wrong. Well, I'll spell it correctly. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you for pointing it out. Esfand, yeah, whoops. Well, yes, the Esfand TV. Yes. Also, yeah, as soon as I walk back here, it's windy again. So we're going to have to do it back there. We're actually going to need to do this back here. Fuck, this is going to be a bit tougher. It's all right. Just means we have no... Means we have no table. But I'll just have to hold it. Fuck, that's going to be a bit tough. That's all right. It's all right. I can work with that. Because we can't deal with this wind. It's just too much. Like, even when I lowered my tripod to its lowest base possible, it still gets blown over by the wind. So, fuck it. All right, let's do it. We'll sit in a rocking chair. We'll do it. We'll do it live. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Did that scare you? I'm sorry. Did that scare you? All right. Let's bring you all back. I can't stop doing it. Look, it's appropriate for this sort of stream, I think. I think that's appropriate for this sort of stream. So, it's the meal. All right, also, got a wee bit of wine here. You weren't paying attention, even you got scared? All right. Is that a table to my right? No. No, it's not. It's your mum's table. But, fuck, you know the problem with not having a table is I can't charge my phone while I do this. That's okay. Do I know where Rav is? He's supposed to play WoW. He might be playing WoW tonight, but he's also kind of sorting himself out. Just let me check my batteries for 1 second. My stream's gonna freeze for 1 second, so I'll give you this face. 92%, we're good. We can chill for a bit. Worst case scenario, we can go back to the table and continue from there. So, the kind of ladies last night. Oh yeah, well, the girl I think next to me, the Latino girl, entered with some extremely controversial political subjects, and I was like, yes, well, it's great, and we're not going to talk about any of that. And she kept trying to bring it back there, but at the same time, she was content. So, you know, you guys seem to enjoy her. You guys seem to enjoy her company. She was Latina, then German, then not Latina. Oh, she was definitely Latina. All right, there we go. Caffeine Addict, thank you for the follow. How's that lighting? I think that lighting's pretty good, right? That lighting's pretty good. We also had that initial boyfriend-girlfriend couple who were looking after the stream. They were fantastic. Oh, Peanut, she was 1,000,000,000% Latina. There's no question about that. Where's my backpack? Oh, there it is. All right. Gonna keep that here. Gonna keep that right there. Right there. Right. Okay, buddy boy. W couple, they were so good. They were making you mad, Geneva? I mean, small fry. Well, they weren't going to get me in trouble. And even though the girl hinted at flashing, I think her boyfriend caught on straight away that, like, no, don't. Like, you might get him in trouble if you do that, so. And I did get warned, actually. The bartender did tell me there were a few people complaining about the live stream. It was making them uncomfortable. So I was like, not an issue. I'll have it face me. And the people behind me, I checked with them as well. Like, you okay with being on that? And I'm like, no, that's great. And a lot of, as the night went on, and they realized I wasn't, Jack Doherty. They realized I wasn't a fucking dickhead just trying to piss people off. Like, I actually was just doing a good show and a hangout. More and more people just got curious about the camera, asked what was on Twitch, asked me specifically to film them while they performed and so on and so forth. The 4 sexy librarian girls, oh, they were great. They were fantastic. But they were also taken, Ascalon. They did mention they had boyfriends there, so I was like, all right, I'm not going to pursue that. Did I have fun at Friendsgiving? It was great. 3 women tried to flash you? What? Well, don't report that. For the most part, it was really fun. Look, I would have loved to be able to record and film everyone karaokeing, but I understand that, many of them, they would have had a tough night, tough week. All they want to do is get drunk and belt out, I'll Always Love You by Whitney Houston. And then there's me, some fucking dickhead sitting there filming them. And they don't know what it is. They're like, oh, fuck, am I going to end up in some Instagram reel with some filter making look horrific and so on and so forth? I haven't watched the clips yet. No, I haven't. All right. Maybe I should say that. Yeah, and it was all good in the end. So I don't think I'm a normal streamer being a nuisance. Yeah, I hope not. Hang on, let me read some chats off my phone, and then let's continue. The girls who recorded me at the end piss you off? Wait, what do you mean? How come? How come? Wait, when I was singing Take On Me by Aha, why'd they piss you off? Now I'm curious. Cameraman POV, KBW. They didn't record me. Oh. And I even aimed it forward and said, can you film me for this? Oh, that's so funny. And I'm pointing to the camera. That's so funny. That's actually really funny. That's actually really funny. You know what else is another thing that kind of, well, you know, was a bit of, it told me what some of them might have, no, I think at the end of it, right as I rated, because I think I rated Esfand afterwards, one of them came up and was like, oh my God, is it still on? I'm like, oh no, I ended it. And I sent it out to someone. Without saying a word, she just turned around and walked away. It's like, oh, okay. Some people just want to be on camera. But it's all right. It's all right. I already know the go. I know the go. Wait, when I raided, a girl came and pressed her boobs on me? Wait, she did? They got 3/4 of the stream? Yeah. You saw her right as the raid happened? Yeah, no, yes, that girl. Yeah. She wanted to be on camera one last time. You got to see the crowd reaction. No, that's cool. That's cool. Did the crowd enjoy Take On Me by Aha? Because I thought that's one of my favorite songs to do karaoke-wise. And you know what, chat? Might do that again. Sometime. Maybe stream it again, maybe go on my own. I don't know. But anyway, guys, that was fantastic. That was such a fucking good stream. And this Friendsgiving thing was really fun too. But without further ado, let us do the thing that we've actually come here to do. Let us read a scary story. Let's see. I feel like let's start with Edgar Allan Poe. Let's start with The Fall of the House of Usher. Because I know that's really famous. I forget entirely what happens in it. So I kind of want to know this for myself. And after that, we can either do another scary story, or we can do a Brothers Grimm story. Because those are fucking hilarious. Those are just great. Like, those are the most brutal children's stories ever. They're so inappropriate. They're just fantastic. But all right. Let me read some charts. Dude, yeah, and you know what's quite nice? If you bring people, you'll have someone to trust in my stream. Yeah, well, when T10 Nat is back, maybe I could ask her to come out with me. I don't know. And I'll just tell people she's my little sister, which basically she functions like it these days. So, Esfand's wingman. Dude, if Esfand ever wants me to be his wingman when he's out, trust me, he's in good hands. That's actually something I'm fairly decent at doing. So, she'll be raving? Yeah. Well, Nat would also be a really good, I guess, cameraman, stream minder, because she doesn't like to sing too much. She'll lose her voice a bit quickly, but she's already said that. Also, she'll be back in 2 days, which will be quite nice. Hope she's been doing well. I attracted women like flies, so Esfand will be fine. Hey man, if he ever, look, he's been a bloody good host, he's been bloody good to me. He ever wants a wingman, ever wants a hand in that field, more than happy to. But enough fucking about, chat. Enough fucking about. It's time. It's time for tales of horror and interest coming from the porch of Esfand's backyard. Time for Teletubbies. Also, there was a question I missed real quick. No, sorry, I answered it, Rabbi. There you go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall start today's stream with a horror story from 1845 by Edgar Allan Poe. It is called The Fall of the House of Usher, and this text is way too small. Let me try. Surely this has better text, or larger text. Behold. Also, I apologize, chat, for when I start reading, I will not be as responsive to chat as I normally am, but that is fine. because the stories will be terrifying. The night is dark and full of horror. Also, when am I back in Australia? December 15th. Also, welcome in 455 Lover. Also, this is the perfect night to do this, because everyone is... Oh, can I do ads before? Maybe. Yeah, actually. Yeah. I'll run ads right now, maybe. And then we'll do it. How do I do this from phone? What's that Pokemon? I don't know how to do this from phone. I really don't know how to do this from phone. So you just gotta, you know what? You just gotta fucking, I don't know. Sorry. The Twitch app is so advanced that you can't even run ads from your phone. Isn't that amazing? All right, fuck it. We're just, no, now my YouTube's installing and updating. Oh, my music. Oh. Come on, update, you piece of shit. My music. Thank you for the follow. Harry, you're gay. But I can't be gay. Oh, believe me, Harry, you're right big poofter there. And we'll make you into a regular Village People member in time, once you're all trained up. But Hagrid, I'm straight. Oh, I know a gaybo when I see one. Arr. I don't know, Chad, I'm just improvising. What? Why? What do you fuck do you mean installing? Fucking asshole. What do you mean installing? YouTube. That's a good Hagrid voice. Appreciate it. Oh, it's just sitting there. It's just sitting there saying installing. Well, I mean, did I run an ad? No, I can't from phone. I can't do it from... Look, sorry, for these IRL streams, I just can't control when ads run. They'll run when they run, all right? They run when they run. Either get Twitch Turbo or use a Prime. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Or write to Twitch and say, hey, Twitch, can you add a fucking run ad feature to your app? That seems like a pretty fucking important part of the app, mate. It seems pretty damn important. So, anyway, enough fucking about. Enough stalling. It is time for a glass of red wine, which I shall put on the floor next to me so it doesn't break. And I end up having to do a lot of cleanup later on because that's gonna suck dick. Wait, you have a Command Your Call commercial, Eben? Do it, just do it. Just do it, just do it. If it's 3 minutes, just do it. I'll sit here and talk to you all and then we'll start the story, all right? That's it. It's not my fault, guys. Let me know if there's an ad. Well, if you're seeing an ad, let me know that there's an ad. And those who are not getting ads, I will, I'll keep you entertained in chat with stories of Harry Gaylord. That's not a good story at all. 30 seconds? No, it should be 3 minutes. No, we need a 3-minute ad, not a 30-second one. We need 3 minutes. 3 minutes removes pre-rolls for the next 1 hour. 30 seconds removes pre-rolls for 10 minutes. So, Ken Ninja, welcome in. Oh, you set it for 3 minutes, Evan? You're fine. You're fine. Sometimes people get less than 3 minutes. Well, what makes you so fucking special? What makes you get less than 3 minutes while the rest of us plebs have to get a full 3? Eh? Who have you paid off? Whose bell end have you been polishing? Whose knob have you been polishing? Less ads available in the region? Oh yeah, maybe it's a different thing like that. Twitch Turbo, good man. All right. Oh, 5 minutes. Wait, ads ran 5 minutes ago? Then who the fuck asked for me to run ads again? Who asked me to run ads when they literally ran 5 minutes ago? I can't see this on my IRL. Listen, 4-5 lover. Listen, mate. I blame you. You said this. You said this. And no, look, someone should have said this. Someone actually should have said we just had ads. Well, now we're running 3 minutes of ads again. My God. Oh, and 4-5 lover can't even hear me because they asked ads to run because they're not on turbo or they're oh, look, I'm having a fucking word with them, mate. Just having turbo. If you have turbo, you never see ads ever. Okay, no, I'm gonna have a fucking word with them, mate. After this, I'm gonna have a fucking word with them. You tell me when the ads are up, and I'm gonna have a chat with them, mate. Lover, yes, lover. Do you know that when you asked for me to play an ad, did you know ads just played 5 minutes earlier? Did you know that? You were trying to help. I know you were trying to help, but look, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Sorry, everyone who got ads. You think you like ads? No. All right. From now on, look, it's fine. It's not a big deal. But from now on, okay, question. Is it normal that when I start stream, 3 minutes of ads play in the first 30 minutes? Is that normal? Can someone... If that's the case, then I will just fucking remember that... I think ads play in the first 30 minutes, not the first 1 hour. And then it runs every 1 hour after that, right? Okay, Kent, good, fine. Okay, fucking hell. All right. It's fine. Blame Twitch? No, seriously, I do. My Latina friend started a stream. I know. Although you guys can go watch that if you want. It's true because I did start a stream once and I ran 3 minutes of ads straight away and then it wanted me to run them again half an hour, so you can't even cheat it. All right. Enough fucking about. Let's do this. From now on, chat, no one asked me to run ads ever. Ever. Like, I can't control them on my end from phone or while I'm IRLing. It's just, as you can see, we just wasted like 10 minutes of time. We wasted time trying to save time. We wasted a shit ton of time trying to save time. Like, never ask me to run ads ever again. In IRL, they run when they run. I don't know what else to say. Just I don't know, get turbo, get ad block, get something, just whatever. Anyway, if it was good content, good. If you're entertained, then good. Fuck it. But I, on the other hand, have got things to do. I have some scary stories to read. Fuck, I'm cold. Hang on, I gotta pull my socks up. Just 1 second. Come on. I'm gonna do this. It's gonna happen. Come on, pull my socks up. There we go. All right, I'm not wearing Uggs, I didn't bring them with me. So, ladies and gentlemen, enough fucking about. It's time. Also, can you hear the music? Is the music well balanced with my voice, or do you want it to be on a bit louder? A little bit louder? Or is that the perfect volume? Audio is good, yes. All right, good. Then let us begin. No, it's all good, Eben. No, Eben, basically, I'm just gonna, when I IRL, I'm gonna say I'm not gonna control ads. Although I saw that like Animan and stuff was snoozing ads when I was about to zip line. Absolutely understandable. Absolutely fair enough. She thinks I was scared of her. I wasn't scared of her. I was scared of her canceling my stream. I was scared of her getting me banned. No, but anyway, enough fucking about. It's time. Time for a scary story on Esfand's Porch. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you 4-5 lover, don't worry about it. It's all right. It's not your fault. It's Twitch's fault. We all try to work around it. You were trying to be helpful. You weren't trying to be a dickhead. I'm not annoyed at you. Anyway, you saw me on Friendsgiving on YouTube. It was boring, so you turned it off after 5 minutes. Funky. Well, you missed the best part. The part where I was on. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a story to read. The Fall of the House of Usher by Edgar Allan Poe, written in 1846. Son cœur est en luth suspendu, si tu quan le toucher il résonne, by de Beranger. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing alone on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within view of the melancholy house of Usher. I know not how it was, but with the first glimpse of the building, a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I say insufferable, for the feeling was unrelieved by any of that half-pleasurable, because poetic sentiment with which the mind usually receives even the sternest natural images of the desolate or the terrible. I looked upon the scene before me, upon the mere house, and the simplest landscape features of the domain, upon the bleak walls, upon the vacant eye-like windows, upon a few rank sedges, and upon a few white trunks of decayed trees, with an utter depression of soul which I can compare to no earthly sensation more properly than to the after-dream of the reveller upon opium, the bitter lapse into everyday life, the hideous dropping of the veil. My God, that was quite a sentence. There was an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an unredeemed dreariness of thought which no goading of the imagination could torture into aught of the sublime. What was it? I paused to think. What was it that so unnerved me in the contemplation of the house of Usher? It was a mystery all insoluble, nor could I grapple with the shadowy fancies that crowded upon me as I pondered. I was forced to fall back upon the unsatisfactory conclusion which, while beyond doubt there are combinations of a very simple natural objects which have the power of thus affecting us, still the analysis of this power lies among considerations beyond our depth. Also, my God, how smart were people like 150 years ago? Like, all these sentences are like entire paragraphs long. Like, people with today's attention spans would not be able to... This story could never sell today because people's attention spans are so fucking shit. Anyway, I shall now continue the story. It was possible, I reflected, that a mere different arrangement of the particulars of the scene, of the details of the picture, would be sufficient to modify or perhaps to annihilate its capacity for sorrowful impression. And, acting upon this idea, I reined my horse to the precipitous brink of a black and lurid tarn that lay in unruffled lustre by the dwelling, and gazed down, but with a shudder even more thrilling than before, upon the remodelled and inverted images of the grey sedge and the ghastly tree stems, and the vacant eye-like windows. My God, this is really hard to read. You're right, no, the music got a bit loud. Music did get a bit loud. This is like... Are you guys even following the story? I think basically, okay, in a nutshell, I saw a house and I got scared. That's basically it. That's, no, I don't know, this is... Let me just, hang on, this is really long. No, this is, I don't know if we should read this, man. This is that took him fucking, like, that took him like 3 essays just to get scared of a house and park his horse. Fuck it, I'm going right to the end. All that happens is that the house falls down. Okay, this story sucks ass. This story sucks shit. Hang on, let's read the SparkNotes version of this. Also, Frank, thank you for following. Let's read the... Hang on, I'm going to Wikipedia of this. Let's see what this is. The Fall of the House of Usher is a short story by American writer Edgar Allan Poe, first published in 1839. Ah, see, that's the problem. 1839. Whereas all the good stuff is from 1846 and onwards, so he hasn't figured it out, really. Okay, let's read the plot. The story begins with the unnamed narrator arriving at the house of his childhood friend, Roderick Usher, having received a letter from him in a distant part of the country, complaining of an illness and asking for his help. As he arrives, the narrator notices a thin crack extending from the roof, down the front of the house and into the adjacent tarn, or lake. This is way better. This is way better. It is revealed that Roderick's sister, Madeline, is also ill and falls into cataleptic, death-like trances. Roderick and Madeline are the only remaining members of the Usher family. The narrator is impressed with Roderick's paintings and attempts to cheer him on by reading with him, listening to his improvised musical compositions on the guitar. This guy fucking sucks. Roderick sings The Haunted Palace. Okay, I'm glad I didn't have to sing. Then tells the narrator that he believes the house that he lives in to be alive, and that his sentience arises from the arrangement of the masonry and the vegetation around it. Further, Roderick believes that his fate is connected to the family mansion. Okay, now I see why I didn't remember this story, but I did remember all the others. You know, like Telltale Heart, that's pretty simple. The Ravens, classic. Cask of Amontillado, that's classic. Roderick later informs the narrator that Madeline has died. Fearing her body will be exhumed for medical study, Roderick insists that she be entombed for 2 weeks in the family tomb located in the house before being permanently buried. The narrator helps Roderick put Madeline's body in the tomb, whereupon the narrator realizes that Madeline and Roderick are twins. The narrator also notes that Madeline's body has rosy cheeks, which sometimes happens after death. Over the next week, both Roderick and the narrator find themselves increasingly agitated. Okay, this is actually way better than just reading the story. This is like actually better, Chad. A storm begins, and Roderick comes to the narrator's bedroom, which is situated directly above the house's vault in an almost hysterical state. Throwing the windows open to the storm, Roderick points out that the lake surrounding the house seems to glow in the dark, just as Roderick depicted in his paintings. But there is no light or other explainable source of the glow. The narrator attempts to calm Roderick by reading aloud from a medieval romance entitled The Mad Tryst, a novel involving a knight named Ethelred who breaks into a hermit's dwelling in an attempt to escape an approaching storm only to find a palace of gold guarded by a dragon. All right, Edgar Allan Poe, all right. This is just fluff. This is just filler. This does not need to be in the story at all. Like, this what? Upon the shield is inscribed, "Who entereth herein? A conqueror hath been. Who slayeth the dragon? The shield he shall win." This is anime filler. This is like a filler arc. This has nothing to do with the story. Ethelred within the story, swings his mace at the dragon, which dies with a piercing shriek. When he attempts to take the shield from the wall, it falls to the floor with an unnerving clatter. What the? Did this guy invent filler? This should be called The Fall of the House of Bleach. The Fall of the House of Naruto. This is ridiculous. As the narrator reads of the knight's forcible entry into the dwelling, he and Roderick... here we go, back to the actual story. He and Roderick hear a cracking and ripping from somewhere inside the house. When the dragon's death cries are described, a real shriek is heard from within the house. As he relates the shield falling from the wall, a hollow metallic reverberation can be heard throughout the house. At first, the narrator ignores the noises, but Roderick becomes increasingly hysterical. Roderick eventually declares that he has been hearing these sounds for days, and they are being made by his sister, who was in fact alive when she was entombed. Yes, well, it's probably not a good thing to do. The bedroom door is then blown open to reveal Madeline, bloodied from her arduous escape from her tomb. In a final fit of rage, she attacks her brother, scaring him to death as she herself dies. The narrator then runs from the house, and as he does, he notices a flash of moonlight behind him. He turns back in time to see the moon shining through the sudden widened crack of the house. As he watches, the house of Usher splits in two and the fragments sink into the lake. Okay, this story is actually kind of cool. I want to go back just to see, I want to see the description of her when she comes back to life. I want to see how Edgar describes what she looks like when she's escaped after basically being killed. That seems kind of cool. This is where Hitchcock gets it from, yeah. Okay, down. We don't need to read the thing about the knight. And Ethelred and the dragon. Here we go. All right, yeah, no one cares about this. Give the abridged version. Okay. Wow, dude, this Ethelred the Dragon story goes for so long, man. I scrolled a ton down and they're still in it. Okay, here we go. Okay. Bending closer, I drank in the hideous import of his words. So now they've read the story, they're hearing some clanging around the house, and then I think we're about to see his dead sister. And he says, "Not hear it?" "Yes, I hear it. And I have heard it. Long, many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard it. Yet I dared not. Oh, pity me, miserable wretch that I am. I dared not speak. We have put her living in the tomb. Said I not that my senses were acute? I now tell you that I heard her first feeble movements from within the hollow coffin. I heard them many days ago, yet I dared not speak. And now, tonight, Ethelred, oh, the breaking of the hermit's door, the death cry of the dragon in that filler story, the clangor of the shield hero, which was a very good anime for the first season at the very least, say rather, the rending of her coffin, the grating of the iron hinges of her prison, and her struggles within the copper archway of the vault. Oh, whither shall I fly? Will she not be here anon? Is she not hurrying to upbraid me for my haste? Have I not heard her footsteps on the stair? Dare I not distinguish that heavy and horrible beatings of her heart? Madman! Here he sprang furiously to his feet and shrieked out the syllables as if the effort he were giving up his soul. Madman! I tell you now, she stands without the door. As if, in the superhuman energy of his utterance, there had been found the potency of a spell. The huge antique panels to which the speaker pointed threw slowly back. Upon the instant, their ponderous ebony jaws. It was the work of the rushing gusts. But then, without those doors, there did stand the lofty and enshrouded figure of the Lady Madeline of Usher. There was blood upon her white robes, for it was that time of the month. And, I'm sorry, that wasn't a line, I was lying, I'm sorry. There was blood upon her white robes, the evidence of some bitter struggle upon every portion of her emaciated frame. For a moment, she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold. Then, with a low, moaning cry, fell heavily inward upon the person of her brother, and in her violent and now final death agonies, bore him to the floor a corpse and a victim to the terrors he had anticipated. Wait, was that it? Was that it? Well, that fucking sucked. Boo! Boo, Edgar Allan Poe! Boo! That were rubbish. Rubbish. Oh, fuck. Rubbish. I give that story 0 out of 10. I believe that was trash. But it's all right. Not very descriptive other than our actions. Yeah, it's kind of whatever. That's all right. That's all right. That's fine. We'll keep that open. And let's have a look at another one. I wonder if... Let me ask you something, chat. Are there any short stories by H.P. Lovecraft? Because I know... I don't know how long Call of the Cthulhu is. That's something I should probably do after I've done... like a lot more short stories. I think it's better to start on short stories and then get to longer ones from there. Okay. Most are. They can be extremely against TOS. Yeah, don't look up the name of his cat. Or the name of a cat in one of his stories. Actually, well, I mean, I'm not going to say it on stream, but yeah, I was like, yes, now I see why a lot of people don't like him. Well, I mean, it was the 1920s. It was a different time period. I'm not condoning it. He's famously pretty racist. I don't know if he actually is, but maybe I haven't looked into it. Because from what I've heard... Hang on, let me just take a sip of this. When I read Call of Cthulhu, I don't think there was anything racist in that. And it actually sounded like he was extremely well educated and knowledgeable about some parts of the world. But I also don't know what people are... I haven't looked into it. There could be something that he wrote or said where I'll be like, okay, yes, well, okay, that kind of confirms it. The most dangerous game, Frank. How long is that? How many pages? Who is this mad lad? Motherfucker Jones. I'm your real father. You heard he was racist, Ronnie? I'll tell you what, when you learn the name of his cat or a cat he wrote in the short story, it's like, all right, that's probably not getting away with that. So, 16 pages, Frank. The most dangerous game. Is it a horror story or is it like a thriller? Let's have a look at it real quick. I'll tell you what I might do. The Cthulhu mythos is fine, but he's written letters that are really racist. Okay, never mind. Fair enough. No, fair enough. Look, a lot of people are like that throughout history, and it's one of those things where in this day and age, you kind of do have to separate the art from the artist. But when it comes to people who were born more than 100 years ago, you kind of really have to do that. Like Mahatma Gandhi, for example, who was like really racist towards Africans. Well, at least when he was younger, which a lot of people don't know, but it's like also not hidden either. Let's see. That's why when people hold that guy up as like a saint, I'm like, you actually haven't done your homework, mate. You actually don't know your history. All right, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's do one of these. I swear I still have this open. Okay, yeah. All right, we've got Brothers Grimm. We're going to do that in a bit. But we'll get a horror story as well. The problem with horror stories is they're really hit or miss and most are trash. Like the fact that a game like Visage, which in my opinion is complete trash, is considered one of the best horror games of all time, tells you how low the bar is. Like it really does. So, all right. Yeah, Churchill, a lot of people, like, he's probably said some things that were not great. Or, Dag on the outside of the Dunwich Horror, the color out of space, the lurking, ooh. The Mountains of Madness, ooh. I've heard that's a good one. Let's try Mountains of Madness. Let's see how long that is. How long is that? The genre is starched. Dunwich Horror is long. The Lurking Fear, how long are these? We'll get one. Mountain of Madness. Let's see if we can get that one. How long is this? It's a novella, I see. How long? I'll just ask how long it is to Google. No, not the movie, you piece of shit. You fucking Google. Here we go. How many pages? Okay, how many pages? It's 100 pages? Ah. Fuck it. All right, Edgar Allan Poe, what do you got, man? Give us a short story. There's got to be a short story. You know what? Fuck it. We'll do The Raven. Actually, no, we're not going to do The Raven. That's a poem. And poems are gay. Okay. What's The Mask of Red Death? Story by Edgar Allan Poe. Ooh. Okay, let's do this. The Black Cat. A horror story about a cat. Do you want this one? That can be funny. Hang on, let's see that one. How long is this? A horror story about a cat. What do you guys think? From the Beyond is an underrated Lovecraft-based film. The Raven is pretty great. Just read plot summaries. Yeah, fuck it. What is that background sound? It's this coming out of my phone. Oh, as long as... Oh, actually, no. You know what? We can't... No, actually, we can't read a story about Lovecraft's cat. I'm actually really sorry we can't do that. I just remembered exactly why. No, that's Edgar Allan Poe. Oh, I'm so stupid. Man of the Crowd. How to follow someone. Wait a minute. Oh, this... Oh. This just sounds really weird, man. Nah, these are too old. Fuck it. Nah, these... Damn. Fuck, maybe we do need creepypastas. No, alright, fuck it. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna start with a Brothers Grimm story just because they're fucking easy to read and they'll get me in the mood. We're gonna do that as a warm-up, alright? We're gonna do that as a warm-up. And we'll find one that's really, like inappropriate. One you absolutely should not tell your kids. What about this? The story of the youth who went forth to learn what fear was. All right, we're going to do that. We're going to do this. All right. All right, I'm going to drink this wine and then we're going to do this. The Raven starring Vincent Price. Yeah, no, Lovecraft's cat is not a good thing to look up or a thing that I will respond to on stream. How does that sound, chat? We're going to do a Brothers Grimm just to warm up because it's good. All right, and then we'll get down to scary stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, Sebbywebz Productions presents an Academy Award-winning stream. Stories, tales from Esfand's Porch. A tale by the Brothers Grimm. It is called The Story of the Youth Who Went Forth to Learn What Fear Was. A certain father had two sons, the elder of whom was smart and sensible and could do everything, but the younger was stupid and could neither learn nor understand anything. And when people saw him, they said, "There's a fellow who will give his father some trouble." Now I don't know why I love this, man. These stories have the best fucking openings, man. This poor kid. Like the first sentence is this kid just gets fucking ripped straight away, man. Anyway, when anything had to be done, it was always the elder brother who was forced to do it. But if his father bade him fetch anything when it was late or in the night time, and the way led through the churchyard or any other dismal place, he said, "Oh no, father, I will not go there. It will make me shudder." For he was afraid and gay. Or when stories were told by the fire at night, which made the flesh creep, the listeners sometimes said, "Oh, it makes us shudder." The younger sat in a corner and listened with the rest of them, and could not imagine what they could mean. "They are saying it makes me shudder. It makes me shudder. Well, gosh, it doesn't make me shudder," thought he. "That too must be an art of which I understand nothing." Now it came to pass that his father said to him one day, "Hearken to me, thou fellow in the corner there." He's just sitting in the corner. "Hearken to me, thou fellow in the corner there. Thou art growing tall and strong, and thou too must learn something by which thou can earnest thy living. Look how thy brother works, but thou dost not even earn thy salt. Well, father, he replied, I am quite willing to learn something. Indeed, if it could be but managed, I should like to learn how to shudder. I don't understand that at all yet. Oh my God. Wow. This story, this kid is just an absolute papega. Oh, this is fucking great. The elder brother smiled when he heard that and thought to himself, good God, what a blockhead that brother of mine is. He will never be good for anything as long as he lives. He who wants to be a sickle must bend himself betimes. This story is so good. I gotta say, chat, I feel like Brothers Grimm stories just take the cake. They just win. They're so fucking funny how they're written. The father sighed and answered him, thou shalt soon learn what it is to shudder, but thou wilt not earn thy bread by that. Ahem. Next part of the story. Soon after this, the sexton came to the house on a visit, and the father bewailed his trouble, and he told him how his younger son was so backward in every respect that he knew nothing and he learned nothing. Just think, said he. When I asked him how he was going to earn his bread, he actually wanted to learn to shudder. Ah, well, I do declare, if that be all, replied the sexton, he can learn that with me. Send him to me, and I will soon polish him. Wait. Where's the story going? Anyway, the father was glad to do it, for he thought, yes, this will train the boy a little. The sexton therefore took him into his house, and he had to ring the bell. Okay, all right, fine. After a day or two, the sexton awoke him at midnight and bade him arise and go to the church tower and ring the bell. Thou shalt soon learn what a shuddering is, I do declare, thought he, and secretly went there before him. When the boy was at the top of the tower and turned around, he was going to take hold of the bell rope when he saw a white figure standing on the stairs opposite to the sounding hole. Oh gosh, who's there? Cried he. But the figure made no answer and did not move or stir. Oh gosh, give an answer, cried the boy, or take thyself off. Thou hast no business being here at night. The sexton, however, remained standing motionless, that the boy might think he was a ghost. The boy cried a second time, Oh gosh, what do you want here? Speak if thou art an honest fellow, or I will throw thee down the steps. Oh no. The sexton thought, I do declare, he can't be as bad as his words, I do declare. He uttered no sound, and he stood as if he were made of stone. The boy then called to him a third time, and as that was also to no purpose, he ran against him and pushed the ghost down the stairs so that it fell down 10 steps and remained lying there in a corner. Absolutely fucking owned. After that, he rang the bell. But he did his job, mate. He then went home and without saying a word, went to bed and fell asleep. The sexton's wife waited for a long time for her husband, but he did not come back. This story just took a turn for the worse so hard, man. All right. At length, the sexton's wife became uneasy and wakened the boy and said, Oh gosh, dost thou not know where my husband is? He climbed up the tower before thou didst. Oh gosh, no, I don't know, replied the boy. But someone was standing by the sounding hole on the other side of the steps, and as he would give neither an answer nor go away, I took him for a scoundrel, and I threw him down the stairs. Just go there and you'll see if it was him. I shall be very sorry if it was. The woman ran away and found her husband, who was lying moaning in the corner and had a broken leg. This story is fucking amazing. I can see why this story stood the test of time and was basically It's just so fucking stupid. Here's the thing. When I was a kid reading these stories, I wasn't laughing at all. I was just like, oh, okay, this is how story goes. As an adult, these are fucking hilarious. Anyway, oh my God. She carried him down, and then, with loud screams, she hastened to the boy's father. Your fucking son, cried she, has been the cause of a great fucking misfortune. He's thrown my husband down the steps, and he's made him break his leg. Take this good-for-nothing fellow away from our house. The father was terrified, and ran thither and scolded the boy. Oi there, what wicked tricks are these? And he said, the devil must have put this in thy head. Oh gosh, father, he replied, do listen to me. I'm quite innocent. He was standing there by night, like one who is intending to do some evil. I did not know who it was. I entreated him 3 times to either speak or go away. Ah, said the father, I have nothing but unhappiness with you. Get out of my sight. I'll see thee no more. Oh gosh, yes, father, right willingly. Wait only until it is day. Then will I go forth, and I will learn how to shudder, and then I shall, at any rate, understand one art which will support me. Learn that... I love how he's still sticking to shuddering. Holy shit. I swear I almost felt like... It was like a cat's head nuzzling against the side of my shoe, but there's nothing there. And it's... Obviously there's not. It's fine. It's fine. It's probably just the wind.
I say, who goes there? If thou art some prankster or so on and so forth,
Careful, I'll push you down the stairs. I've just learned how to do this. It's probably the wind. It was just Billy. Anyway, where were we? Where were we, Chad? All right, so the boy says, I shall go and I shall learn how to shudder. Then I shall, at any rate, understand one art which will support me. Learn what thou wilt, spake thy father. It is all the same to me. Here are 50 thalers for thee. Take these, go into the wide world, and tell no one from whence you comest, and who is thy father, for I have reason to be ashamed of thee. Yes, father, gosh, it shall be as you will. If you desire nothing more than that, I can easily keep it in mind. Okay, this story is fucking amazing already, mate. So, nah, it's just the wind. I'm gonna drink some wine, though. Here's a little pro tip if you're ever scared. You know, if you ever like, oh no, of anything. Drink alcohol. When you're sober, or if you're really high, then you're gonna get scared. If you're drunk, you're gonna be like, you know what? Fuck it. Come at me, fucking girl from the ring. Come at me, Jason Voorhees. If you're gonna fucking hunt me down, I'm gonna go out swinging. So. Hello there, Bonnie. How are you?
Are you doing story time?
I am, actually.
You're having fun.
Hmm?
You're having fun.
I am. We started reading The Brothers Grimm, and the story is so funny. The story just basically says this guy's son is an absolute papega. And so to teach the son, I think like a priest says, oh, I'll give him to me. I'll teach him like the meaning of fear or something, because that's what he wants. So the boy, his job is to ring the bell, and the priest just like stands there dressed as a ghost. And the boy says 3 times, like, look, like, go away, stop causing trouble, or I'll push you. And the priest is like, oh, he won't do that. And the boy pushes the priest down the stairs and he breaks his leg. And then the priest's wife gets heaps pissed and the boy gets chucked out of home. And that's the beginning of the story. Now
That's
he's...
crazy.
Yeah.
Be careful at the end of that story. I've just never heard like a story of a priest and a boy going well. But I hope that the story time goes really well.
Oh, the Brothers Grimm are hilarious.
That's awesome.
Yeah. How are you doing, by
I
the way?
was just checking on you. Make sure you're okay and you're not knocked out or anything and seeing. I like your lighting, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
It's
It's very scary.
Down to see if they need help, like.
It's only me out here, but I think Arav and... I can hear their voices out
Is he
there.
living in the tent again?
I think he's in the tent and he might be streaming WoW as we
You
speak.
think he's sleeping there?
I think he's more comfortable sleeping out there in a tent, so probably.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, if you need anything, you just let me know, okay?
No worries.
Bye.
Thank you. Everyone follow Bonnie, all right? Or you fucking banned. Oh my God. It's okay, Bonnie. That's it. Whoops.
Well, the door does still open. I just don't know.
That's actually happened before, and I've seen people fix it. Yeah, the
Well, pretty much
entire door handle and lock just fell off, but it's all right. We're putting it back on, chat. It'll be fine. It will be fine. Worst case scenario, I can just go down to the front of the house and get in through there if I'm locked out. So, but guys, chuck a follow to Bonnie. She is hilarious. She's really, really funny. And also she got me into Twitch Rivals, for which I'm always going to be bloody grateful for. She's done great things for me and my channel. All right, now enough fucking about. We shall continue the story. Also, sorry if I missed any chats, guys. Welcome in, everyone. Also, chat, what is a sexton? That's like, it's like low down on the... It's not a priest, but I said that for simplicity, but it's like there's priests and abbots and monks and friars. A person who takes care of a church. There we go. Yeah. So, appreciate it. Thought it was a last name? No, it's a sexton. But yeah, welcome in Samiri. House falling apart? It's fine. Welcome in, everyone. Sorry if I missed any chats. I am in the middle of a story right now, but we will continue doing it. It's a church janitor? Like a maintenance person. Oh, okay. All right. Enough fucking about. I shall now continue the story of the boy who went out into the world to learn what the meaning of fear was, which is a great name of a story. Anyway, okay, so that was the prologue. That was the tutorial. So the tutorial, he basically failed. The tutorial is he doesn't even know what shuddering is or fear is. So he thinks, oh, when I grow up, I want to shudder. I want to feel fear. And then the one guy who tried to train him, he just pushed him down the stairs and broke his leg. And then his dad gave him $50 and chucked him out of the house. That's the tutorial, over. Now the real story begins. This story's fucking amazing. I shall now continue. When the day dawned, therefore, the boy put his 50 thalers into his pocket and went forth on the great highway and continually said to himself, "Oh gosh, if only I could shudder, if only I could shudder." Then a man approached who heard this conversation which the youth was holding with himself, and when they had walked a little farther to where they could see a gallows, the man said to him, "Aye, look there. There's the tree where 7 men have married the rope maker's daughter and are now learning how to fly. Sit below it. Wait till night comes. You'll soon learn how to shudder." Wait, what's he say? Oh my God, that's horrific. Anyway, so he's just telling him that all these guys who've like are hung by the neck and dead are just learning to fly. Okay, fucking hell. Anyway, "Well, oh gosh, if that's all that is wanted," answered the youth, "well, it's easily done. But if I learn how to shudder that fast, then, gosh, you will have my 50 thalers. Just come to me early in the morning." Then the youth went to the gallows. He sat below it, and he waited till evening came. As it was cold, he lighted himself a fire, but at midnight the wind blew so sharply that in spite of his fire he could not get warm. As the wind knocked the hanged men against each other, and then they moved backwards and forwards, he thought to himself, "Oh gosh, thou shiverest below by the fire, but how those up there must freeze and suffer, oh gosh." As he felt pity for them, he raised the ladder and climbed up. He unbound one of them after the other and brought down all 7 of the dead men. Then he stirred the fire, blew it, and sat them all around it to warm themselves. But they sat there, they did not stir, and the fire caught their clothes. Wait, hang on. The fire caught their clothes, and all their rags started burning. This kid's such a fucking idiot. This is amazing. So, when their clothes caught fire, he grew angry and said, "Oh gosh, if you will not take care, I cannot help you. I will not be burnt with you." And he hung them all up again. This story's amazing. This is the most Papega kid ever. This is great. Anyway, So he hangs them all up again. And then he sat down by his fire and fell asleep. The next morning, the man came to him, wanted to have his 50 thalers, and said, Well, do you know how to bloody shudder? No, answered he. How was I to get to know? Those fellows up there, they didn't open their mouths, and they were so stupid, they let the few rags that they had on their bodies get burned. They caught fire, the fucking idiots. Then the man saw that he would not get the 50 thalers that day, and he went away saying, Fuck me, one of this kind has never come my way before. That was the end of that part of the story. Anyway, the youth likewise went on his way, and once more began to mutter to himself, Oh gosh, if only I could but shudder, if only I could but shudder. A wagoner who was striding behind him heard him say that, and said, Fuck me, who are you? I don't know, answered the youth. Then the wagoner said, Well, from whence comest thou? I know not. Who is thy father? Well, that I may not tell you that. What is it that thou art, always muttering between thy teeth? Oh, gosh, replied the youth, I do so wish to but shudder, but no one can teach me how to do it. Aye, give up thy foolish chatter, said the wagoner. Come, go with me. I'll see a place for thee. The youth went with the wagoner, and in the evening they arrived at an inn where they wished to pass the night. Then, at the entrance of the room, the youth said quite loudly, Oh gosh, if only I could but shudder. The host, who heard this, laughed and said, Oi there, if that's your desire, there ought to be a good opportunity for you here. And then there's the hostess. Oh my God, be silent, said the hostess. I'm not going to give her that voice. I do declare, be silent, said the hostess. So many inquisitive persons have already lost their lives. It would be a pity and a shame if such beautiful eyes as these should never see the daylight again. But the youth said, Oh gosh, how difficult may it be? I will learn it for this purpose, indeed, that I have journeyed forth. He let the host have no rest until the latter told him that, not far from here, stood a haunted castle, where anyone could very easily learn what shuddering was, if he would but watch in it for 3 nights. You know what, chat? This is actually a really good story for a horror stream, because it's about a guy trying to learn the meaning of fear. It's just like a really derp story at the same time. The king had promised that he who would venture would have his daughter to wife, and she was the most beautiful maiden the sun shone on. Ah, yeah, see, if this kid really wants to know the meaning of fear, he only needs to learn about marriage. Great treasures likewise lay in the castle, which were guarded by evil spirits, and these treasures would then be freed, and would make a poor man rich enough. Already many men had gone into the castle, but as yet none had come out again. The youth went mourning to the king and said if he was allowed, he would watch 3 nights in the haunted castle. The king looked at him, and as the youth pleased him, he said, All right, you fucking dickhead. Thou mayest ask for 3 things to take into the castle with thee, but they must be 3 things without a life. No fucking soldiers. So he answered, Oh gosh, I ask for a fire, a turning lathe, and a cutting board with a knife. That's actually that's 4 things. It's actually 4 things. A cutting board with a knife is 2 things. But it's all right. Details, semantics. The king had these things carried into the castle for him during the day. When night was drawing near, the youth went up and made himself a bright fire in one of the rooms. He placed the cutting board and the knife beside it. He seated himself by the turning lathe and said, Oh gosh, if only I could shudder. But I shall not learn it here either. Towards midnight, he was about to poke his fire, and as he was blowing it, something cried suddenly from one corner. Amieux, how cold we are. You simpletons, said he, what are you crying about? If you're cold, come take a seat by the fire and warm yourself. When he had said that, 2 great black cats that had been named by H.P. Lovecraft, oh my God, I can't read their names, I'm so sorry. I'm also lying. 2 great black cats came in with one tremendous leap and sat down on either side of him. They looked savagely at him with their fiery eyes. Then Sebbywebz looked at the camera and said, "Thank you, Cursed RNG, for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And thank you everyone who has followed the stream and subbed to the channel. Thank you very much." The cats sat down, and when they had warmed themselves, they said, "Bonjour, comrade. Shall we have a game of cards?" "Oh gosh, why not?" he replied. But show me your paws." They then stretched out their claws. "Oh gosh," said he, "what long nails you have. Wait, I must cut them for you." Thereupon he seized them by their throats. He put them on the cutting board and screwed their feet fast. Wait, hang on, wait a minute. This kid might not be quite the Pepega he makes himself out to be. "Oh gosh, I have looked at your fingers," said he, "and my fancy for card playing has gone." And he struck them dead and threw them in the water. Hang on. Wait a minute. This kid's supposed to be a fucking idiot. What? What? Wait, what? Okay. But when he made away with these 2 and was about to sit again by his fire, out from every hole and corner came black cats and black dogs with red-hot chains. And more of them came around until he could no longer stir, and they yelled horribly. They got on his fire, they pulled it to pieces and tried to put it out. He watched them for a while, but at last, when they were going too far, he seized his cutting knife and cried, "Away with ye, vermin!" And he began to cut them. Part of them ran away, the others he killed, and he threw their parts into the fish pond. All right, Brothers Grimm. All right, what is this fucking story, man? You can't make a Disney story of this, man. When he came back, he fanned the embers of the fire again, and he warmed himself. And thus he sat. His eyes would keep open no longer, and he felt a desire to sleep. So the kid's not just dumb, he's an absolute sociopath. He's actually crazy. Anyway, he felt a desire to sleep. He looked around and saw a great bed in the corner. "Oh gosh, that's the very thing for me," said he, and he got into it. When he was going to shut his eyes, however, the bed began to move of its own accord, and it went over the whole of the castle. Well, that's right," said he, "but go faster." This kid's fucking crazy, man. Then the bed rolled on as if 6 horses were harnessed to it, up and down, over thresholds, steps, but suddenly, hop, hop, it turned over upside down and lay on him like a mountain. He threw quilts and pillows up in the air, and he got out and said, "Look here, now anyone who likes may drive." Wait, what? Hang on. So the bed's turned up on top of him, but then he throws quilts and pillows in the air, and he gets out of it anyway. And he says, "All right, anyone who likes can drive this bed instead." He lay down by the fire and slept until it was day. You know what? I feel like the rules of this story are somewhat flexible. The rules of this world are kind of... I feel like the writers are just making up the rules as they go along. In the morning, the king came. And when he saw him lying on the ground, he thought that evil spirits had killed him, and he was dead. And he said, "Fuck me. After all, it's a pity. He's quite a handsome bloody man." The youth heard it. He got up and said, "You're gay." No, he heard it. He got up and said, "Oh gosh, it hasn't come to that yet." The king was rather astonished, but he was also very glad. And he asked him how he had fared. "Fuck me, very well indeed," answered he. "One night is past." No, wait, no, is that it? No, very well indeed. One night is past. The other 2 will get over likewise. Then he went to the innkeeper, who opened his eyes very wide and said, "I do declare, I never expected to see you alive again. Hast thou learned how to shudder?" "Oh gosh, no," said he. "It's all in vain. If only someone would tell me." This might be one of the weirdest stories I've ever read. Like, I actually vaguely remember this, but not really. All right. The second night, he went up into the old castle. He sat down by the fire, and once more began his old song. "Oh gosh, if only I could shudder. When midnight came, an uproar and noise of tumbling about was heard. At first it was low, but it grew louder and louder. Then it was quiet for a while. Then at length there was a loud scream. Half a man came down the chimney and fell before him. "Hello!" cried he. "Another half belongs to this, and God..." No, I need to give him a different voice. What voice can I give him? I'll make him New Zealander. Or true, bro," said he. "Or another half belongs to this man, bro. This is too little." Then the uproar began again. There was a roaring and a howling, and the other half fell down likewise. "Oh, wait, bro," he said. "I'll just blow up the fire a little for thee." No, gosh, that's my line. I will blow up the fire for you." When he'd done that and looked around, the two pieces of this man were joined together, and a frightful man was sitting in his place. "Oh, gosh," said he. "Look, this is no part of our bargain," said the youth. "That bench is mine." The man wanted to push him away. The youth, however, would not allow that, and thrust him off with all of his strength and seated him again in his own place. Still more men fell down, one after the other. They brought 9 dead men's legs and 2 skulls and set them up and played 9 pins with them. Wait, what? Listen, mate. This story is getting very fucking strange. So, right. So, wait, hang on. Tons of men fall down the chimney. They set up 9 legs like bowling, and then they use their skulls as bowling balls with their own legs. All right. Okay. The youth also wanted to play and said, "Oh gosh, hark, can I join you?" "Oh yeah, bro, if you got the money." "Oh gosh, I've got money enough," replied he, "but your balls are not quite round." That's actually what it says. Then he took the skulls and he put them in the lathe and he turned them until they were round. "There now, they will roll better," said he. "Hurrah, now it goes merrily." He played with them and he lost some money, but when it struck 12, everything vanished from his sight. It's just, this kid's fucking crazy, man. This story is fucking unhinged. God. He lay down and quietly fell asleep. Next morning, the king came to inquire after him. "All right, mate. How's it bloody fared with you this time?" asked he. "Oh, gosh, I've been playing 9 pins," he answered, "and I've lost a couple of farthings." "Have you not shuddered then?" "But what?" said he. "Oh, no, I've made merry. If I did not know, oh gosh, if only I knew what it was to shudder." This story is unreal, man. The third night, he sat down again on his bench, and he said quite sadly, "Oh gosh, if only I could shudder." When it grew late, 6 tall men came in and brought a coffin. Then he said, "Oh gosh," hang on. Who's talking here? Okay, all right, chat. This is going to be this is really weird. The third night, he sat down again on the bench and said sadly, "Oh gosh, if only I could shudder." When it grew late, 6 tall men came in and brought a coffin. He said, "Oh gosh, that is certainly my little cousin who died only a few days ago." He then beckoned with his finger and cried, "Come, little cousin, come." He then placed the coffin on the ground, but he went to it and took the lid off, and a dead man lay within. He felt his face, but it was cold as ice. "Stop," said he, "I will warm thee a little." He went to the fire, he warmed his hand, and he laid it on the dead man's face, but the face remained cold. He then took him out, sat him down by the fire, lay him on his breast, and rubbed his arms that the blood might circulate again. When this did no good, he thought to himself, "Oh gosh, when 2 people lie in bed together, they warm each other." Listen. This kid is really fucking weird, man. He carried him to the bed, covered him over, and lay down by him. After a short time, the dead man too became warm and began to move. Oh my God. This just sounds like me and a Rav. We're gay. Okay, so he begins to move. Then said the youth, "See, little cousin, have I not warmed thee?" The dead man, however, got up and cried, "Now I will strangle thee. Arr!" What? Said he. Is that the way to go out thanking me? Look, thou shalt at once go in thy coffin again. He then took him up, he threw him into the coffin, and he shut the lid. Then came 6 men who carried him away. And the boy said, oh shit, I can't manage to shudder. I shall never learn it as long as I live. What the fuck is this story, man? This is so fucking... Okay, the Brothers Grimm were very, very weird, strange people. Pie diddly. Yeah, just how it was back then. Yeah, mimic. Yeah, just stay warm then. Then again, I mean, remember, this was 1850s, and here's a good way of thinking about the psychology or philosophy of ancient people. Is that people in World War II, like Winston Churchill... like all the main players, Charles de Gaulle and all that, they would have had more in common with how Shakespeare or like the ancient Greeks thought than with people like you and me. Like all of us, we think post-1960s. That changed the way we think permanently and our approach to everything. Also, thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, so think of people before 1900 as like ancient people. So why? It's just the way it was. Like the revolution of the 1960s did something that had never happened before in human history and changed our psychology collectively forever. Also, Prof. Polly, thank you for enjoying the voice acting. It's too much to explain, so I'll just, trust me. Now you know it, look for it, and you'll see it. Trust me, this is not based on real life. I mean, this is some Dark Souls shit, man. But anyway, let me continue. Gosh. So, the boy throws the man into a coffin and tells him to fuck off, and then people come and take the coffin away. Then a man entered, who was taller than all the others, and he looked absolutely terrible. He was old, however, and had a long white beard. "Thou wretch," cried he, "thou shalt learn what it is to shudder, for thou shalt die." "Oh gosh, not so fast," replied the youth. "If I am to die, I shall have to say it. If I am to die, I will have a say in it, I'll have you know." "I will soon seize thee," said the fiend. Okay. I will soon seize thee," said the fiend. Softly, softly, do not talk so big. I am as strong as thou art, and perhaps even stronger." "We shall see," said the old man. "If thou art stronger, I will let thee go. Come, we will try." Then he led him by dark passages to a smith's forge. He took an axe and burped in his face. No, he didn't do that, but sorry. He led him to a dark passage to a smith's forge. He took an axe and with one blow struck an anvil into the ground. "Oh gosh, I can do better than that," said the youth, and he went to the other anvil. The old man placed himself near and wanted to look on, and his white beard hung down. The youth seized the axe, and he split the anvil with one blow and struck the old man's beard. He hit the old man's beard with the axe as well. "Now I will have thee," said the youth. "Now it is thou who will have to die." Then he seized an iron bar and he beat the old man until he moaned and entreated him to stop and told him that he would give him great riches. Dude, this boy is a fucking psychopath, man. This boy is such a fucking dickhead. Like, on one hand, he doesn't know that he's meant to be scared. He doesn't recognize any of these people as threats. And yet, in spite of that, he just beats the shit out of them anyway, non-stop. He just beats people who he thinks are normal. This boy's actually a fucking... This boy's a psycho. Anyway, Anyway, the youth drew out the axe and he let him go. So what... Oh, I see. So the boy basically, with the axe, he hits the anvil so that it pins the man's beard to it and then just bashes him. All right, okay, that's so fucking funny. Anyway. The old man led him back into the castle, and in a cellar he showed him 3 chests that were full of gold. "Of these are," said he, "one part is for the poor, the other is for the king, and the third is thine. Are." In the meantime, it struck 12, and the spirit disappeared. The youth, therefore, was left in darkness. "Oh gosh, I shall still be able to find my way out," said he, and fell about. He found the way into the room and slept there by the fire. Next morning, the king came in and said,
Listen up, you fucking dickhead. Now you must bloody know what shuddering is.
"No," answered he. What can it be? My dead cousin was here. A bearded man came and he showed me a great deal of money down below, but no one told me what it was to shudder."
Well then, said the king, fuck me. Thou hast delivered the castle, and thou shalt marry my daughter.
"I mean, gosh, that's all very well," said he, "but I still don't know what it is to shudder." This kid is like, he's like maximum stats in strength and bravery and just zero stats in intelligence or social skills. But then at the same time, he is smart, but only when it comes to fucking other people up. Like, this kid, who is this kid? So, the gold was brought up and the wedding was celebrated. What is this story? But howsoever much the young king loved his wife, and however happy he was, he still always said, "Oh gosh, if only I should shudder, if only I could but shudder." And at last, she was angry at this. Her waiting maid said, "Ooh la la, I will find a cure for him. He will soon learn what it is to shudder." She went out into the garden, she went out into the stream which flowed through the garden, and had a whole bucket full of gudgeons brought to her. What are gudgeons? What are gudgeons? Hang on, wait. This is a really old word. Just 1 second, chat. Define gudgeon. It's a small European freshwater fish used as bait by anglers. Look, you could have just fucking said that, but all right. It was the 1850s. It was probably a common fish at that time. Anyway, so she gathers a bucket full of fish at night when the young king was sleeping. His wife was to draw the clothes off him and empty the bucket full of cold fish and water all over him, so the fishes would sprawl around with him. When he was done, he woke up and said, "Oh gosh, oh, what makes me shudder so? Oh, what makes me shudder, dear wife? Oh gosh, now I know what it is to shudder." The end. Are you fucking for real, mate? That's it. That's the end of the story. That is, what the fuck kind of an ending is this? What the fuck was that story? I feel like back in the 1850s, the Brothers Grimm were just the biggest fucking trolls. And they wrote these stories that were like really entertaining. That were just completely unpredictable and completely stupid. And then they end on the dumbest ending ever. That's it. That's it. The end of the story is that he somehow, by pure accidental violence, becomes rich, becomes a king, marries a princess, and then his wife throws a bucket of cold fish on him. The end. That's the story. Did Rav just die? I can hear him screaming in his tent out there. I think he actually just died. Or someone else died. That story was absolutely incredible. You know what, chat? You know what? I think horror stories are like... I think horror stories are done. I think they're finished. I don't think anything can compete with the Brothers Grimm, man. Like, that story was absolutely amazing. That was the stupidest story I've read in a really long time. That's about a guy who I thought was a level 1 Pepega, but he's actually like a level 100 character who just bashes demons and monsters without even realizing that he's pulled aggro. Like, he thinks they're just like normal NPCs and he bashes them anyway. That was the stupidest story. That was one of the dumbest stories I've ever read. That was amazing. I give that 10 out of 10. That was great. That was The Story of the Youth Who Went Forth to Learn What Fear Was by the Brothers Grimm. That was the best That was the smartest and dumbest story I've ever read, man. Anyway, welcome in chat. Let me catch up with some chats. Fuck. Let me catch up with some chats and we'll continue because I'm down. I'm down. It's not that late, is it? Are you guys to hang out with a bit? Hang out for a bit and do more stories? Because I am. I'm having a laugh. It's only 2 a.m. Yeah, I will try and end at 3. My rating was fun. Yeah, that was fun. M. Night Shyamalan's story. Oh god, this actually beats everything. He's lagging it at low HP. Fuck. I feel like that story is a troll. Yeah, that's the thing, Small Fry. He's not even scared. He just felt cold. Yeah, dude, Grim. No, dude, 510. He's actually Mashal. He's fucking Mashal from Magic and Muscles. That is so fucking funny, man. That's actually crazy, man. If anyone has not seen the anime Mashal, Magic and Muscles, I cannot recommend it enough. It's one of the few animes I've seen recently that had me dying of laughter multiple times. In a nutshell, imagine Harry Potter, except Harry can't use magic. So instead, he just works out heaps and gets so strong that he is like One Punch Man and with sheer physical strength can achieve the effects of magic. And that's the story. And he's really dumb. He's a fucking idiot. But he's also a really good person. If you mess with him or his friends, he will just beat the shit out of you. And the bit where he German suplexes a woman. It's so good. Look, in his defense, she was a bad person. And he says, oh, by the way, I treat everyone equally. And then just suplexes a woman and just fucking owns her. Oh, I shouldn't spoil that, but I'll tell you what, just watch the show. It's brilliant. It's one of the funniest things I've seen in a long time. So, here's what we'll do now. I think I don't need to be charging this phone. It's called Mashal, Magic and Muscles. Mash is in mashed potatoes. I'm just going to put this down here while I... It's all right. I'll be right back, chat. Die Plate in him. A cough. A cough. A cough or waffle. All right. Did that scare you? Did that frighten you? I hope it did. So, anyway. All right, chat. Look, you wanted it's scary story moments. We're gonna do scary moments for a cheap laugh. Oh my god. Just 1 second. I do want to check if my I just want to check my battery. All right. So while it's gonna freeze my stream when I do that. I'll just give you a funny face to look at. Okay, all right. Battery's looking good. We can keep going. Sorry if that's scary. Look, I'm giving you horror, all right? I'm giving you horror because I can be scarier than these shitty horror stories that we've been reading, man. A lot of these horror stories are just fucking trash. By the way, did that make you shudder? Gosh. I hope that made you shudder. W stream swap? Appreciate it. All right. Let's see what else we have. What would you rather have, chat? The Little Match Seller, which is like, I guess about some beggar girl, or The Devil with 3 Golden Hairs? That's a pretty fucking cool name for a story. What are you more interested in? I've got a raging clue. What's up, Rich Tunes? How are you? So I feel like The Devil with 3 Golden Hairs, that just sounds fucking sick, man. That sounds like it's got potential. All right, chat. You know what? I'm gonna get another glass of wine. How's that sound, brother? How's that sound, brother? I'm gonna get me a glass of wine. I'll be right back. I'll film the... Ooh, how cool is that angle? You get to see the lights. I'll be right back. Damn, I wasn't lit well enough for that to be scary. Anyway, sorry. I thought that'd be scarier, but I can't help it, chat. Look, it's a horror stream, all right? I gotta scare you. You know what's really scary? This glass of wine I'm about to fucking drink. There's so much food and alcohol left over from Friendsgiving. So when I end the stream, I'm just gonna eat a fuck ton of food before I go to bed. Don't want any of it to go to waste. So, good sit, mate. I appreciate it. Torsten, welcome in. How is everyone doing, by the way? You enjoying these stories? I'm enjoying this. This is a fun way to just wind down and do late night streams. It's almost like the perfect late night stream content, you know. It's like I feel like this almost would have been a TV show back in the day, just reading scary stories or something in the 1950s with horror lighting. And it's kind of cool that I'm able to just do this with a phone and be in someone's backyard. It's like when I watched, okay, you know what I thought, chat? When I was watching Esfand in his troll costume, like full makeup, blue hair, all the garb, background looks sick, and then he's playing WoW. I was like, man, this is something you would actually... This looks like something from like 90s or early 2000s television if it had like full budget, you know, like a production company. But he just did that by himself. You know, that's a guy just like who's just set up his own home studio. And I don't know, it's just so cool. It's like such an interesting OTK. No, it's an interesting form of alternate entertainment, like a do-it-yourself form of entertainment. But because, you know, he's been doing it so many years, it's just really high quality. I just thought it was so fucking sick. We had it on the big TV down here, and it looked like just some mad show from the 90s or early 2000s. Yeah, Cheese TV in Australia or Nickelodeon in the US. So, but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, give him a stream reward. He fucking deserves it, mate. You know what? He's nominated for 3. Which tells you he's like, that basically tells you he's the ultimate variety streamer. Because I think that's never actually happened before. All right, chat, enough fucking about. It's time to read a new story from the Brothers Grimm. It's called The Devil with 3 Golden Hairs. And before I read the story, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have one more sip of this wine. This spine-tingling wine. If I've missed any chats, I do apologize, because I just really cannot. I'm reading the story from this, and I just can't keep up with it here. But anyway, it's not. What if it's not wine but blood, Peter? It's time counter. True. Nah, appreciate it, chat. Enjoy the sips. The Devil with Three Golden Hairs, by the Brothers Grimm. There once was a poor woman who gave birth to a little son, and as he came into the world with a caul on... Wait, hang on, what's a caul? Just 1 second. A caul? C-A-U-L. Just 1 second, chat. We need to know what this means. Define caul. The amniotic membrane enclosing a fetus. I didn't want to know that. All right, well, fuck it. Okay, sorry, let's read the story then. Yes, thank you for that. Come on, close ad, go away. Okay, there once was a woman who gave birth. There once was a poor woman. Start again. There once was a poor woman who gave birth to a little son. As he came into the world with a caul on, it was predicted that in his 14th year he would have the king's daughter for his wife. It happened that soon afterwards the king came into the village, and no one knew that he was the king. And when he asked the people what news there was, they answered, "Oh gosh, a child has just been born with a caul on. Whatever anyone so born undertakes turns out well." And what is this? A child has just been born with a caul on. Whatever anyone so born undertakes turns out well. My God, this language structure. It is prophesied, too, that in his 14th year, he will have the king's daughter for his wife. The king, who had a bad heart and was also angry about the prophecy, went to the parents and, seeming quite friendly, said, "Oh gosh, you poor people, let me have your child. I'll take care of it." At first they refused, but when the stranger offered them a large amount of gold for it, they thought, voila, this is a luck child la. Everything must turn out well for it already. And at last they consented, and they gave the stranger their child for a large amount of money. Oh God. Every beginning of every single one of these Brothers Grimm stories begins with the most ridiculous opening ever. All right, okay. So a stranger comes to these people, he buys their kid for money, and let's continue. The king put the child in a box and rode away with it until he came to a deep piece of water. God. Then he threw the box into it and said, "Oh gosh, I have freed my daughter from her unlooked-for suitor." Jesus Christ, man. This story fucking rules already, man. This is amazing. The box, however, did not sink, but floated like a boat, and not a drop of water made its way into it. It floated to within 2 miles of the king's chief city, where there was a mill. It came to a standstill at the mill dam. A miller's boy, who, by good luck, happened to be standing there, noticed it and pulled it out with a hook, thinking he had found a great treasure. But when he opened it, there lay a pretty boy inside, quite fresh and lively. He took him to the miller and his wife, and as they had no children, they were glad, and they said, God has given him to us." They took great care of the foundling, and he grew up in all goodness. Oh, this is actually really nice, you know. That's actually quite, you know what? The beginning of the story is pretty terrible, but I think this is quite a nice turn of fate. I have a good storytelling style. Appreciate it. Thank you. I read these as a kid. I don't remember ones like this. I also grew up in the theater, so it's you gotta do it that way. Anyway, it happened once in a storm. It happened that once in a storm, the king went into the mill, and he asked the millfolk if the tall youth was their son. "Why, no," answered they. "He's a foundling. 14 years ago, he floated down the mill dam in a box, and the mill boy pulled him out of the water." Then the king knew that it was none other than the luck child that he had thrown into the water, and he said, "Oh gosh, my good people, could not the youth take a letter to the queen? I will give him 2 gold pieces as a reward." "Why, just as the king commands," answered they. And they told the boy to hold himself in readiness. Then the king wrote a letter to the queen, wherein he said, "Oh gosh, as soon as the boy arrives with this letter, let him be killed and buried. And all must be done before I come home. Gosh." So, the boy set out with this letter. This king is such a fucking asshole. This is so good, man. This king is such a good character, man. Anyway, the boy set out with this letter, but he lost his way, and in the evening he came to a large forest. In the darkness he saw a small light. He went towards it, and he reached a cottage. When he went in, an old woman was sitting by the fire, quite alone. She started when she saw the boy and said, "Oh, whence do you come, and whither are you going?" What voice should we give the boy? Whatever. Well, look, I come from the mill. He's got Jon Snow's voice. "I come from the mill," he answered. "I wish to go to my queen, who I'm taking a letter, but have I lost my way in the forest. I'd like to stay here for the night." "Oh, you poor boy," said the woman. "You have come into a den of thieves. When they come home, they will kill you." "Let them come," said the boy. "I'm not afraid, but I'm so tired I can't go any further." And he stretched himself upon a bench and fell asleep. Oh yeah, he's 14 and he sounds like Jon Snow. Soon afterwards the robbers came, and angrily they asked what strange boy was lying there. "Oh," said the old woman, "it's an innocent child who lost himself in the forest. Out of pity I have let him come in. He has to take a letter to the queen." The robbers opened the letter, and they read it, and in it was written that the boy, as soon as he was to arrive, should be put to death. Then the hard-hearted robbers felt pity, and the leader tore up the letter, and he wrote another, saying that as soon as the boy came, he should be married at once to the king's daughter. Dude, W's in chat for the robbers, man. Fucking W's in chat for the robbers. Claps, fucking got him, absolute legends, mate. Dude, yeah, that's so sick. They then let him lie quietly on the bench until the next morning. When he awoke, they gave him the letter, and they showed him the right way. Fucking legends. Absolute MVPs right there. Then the queen, when she received the letter and read it, did as was written in it, and had a splendid wedding feast prepared, and the king's daughter was married to Jon Snow, to the luck child, and as the youth was handsome and agreeable, she lived with him in joy and in contentment. Now, that's a hell of a sentence, man. In one sentence, he just got there, yeah. But remember, only because he was handsome. If he wasn't handsome, she wouldn't have been happy. Which I think is a detail they didn't really have to leave in, but it's all right, it's all right. All right, anyway. After some time, the king returned to his palace, and he saw that the prophecy was fulfilled, and the luck child was married to his daughter. "Oh gosh, how has that come to pass?" said he. "I gave quite another order in my letter." So the queen gave him the letter and said that he might see for himself what was written on it. The king read the letter and saw quite well that it had been exchanged for the other. He asked the youth what had become of the letter entrusted to him, and why he had brought another instead. "I know nothing about it," answered he. "It must have been changed in the night when I slept in the forest." The king said in a passion, "Oh gosh, you shall not have everything quite so much your own way. Whoever marries my daughter must fetch from hell 3 golden hairs from the head of the devil." Wait, so the devil's white? Racist. Actually, no, this is from the 1850s in Germany, so I guess it makes sense. You have to go to hell to bring 3 golden hairs from the head of the devil. Bring me what I want, and you shall keep my daughter. In this way, the king hoped to be rid from him forever. But the luck child answered, All right, I'll fetch the golden hairs. I'm not afraid of the devil. Dude, this main character is fucking sick. He's just like, yeah, whatever, fuck it, I'll do it. That is, I'm going to drink some of this wine. Chat, that is an absolutely, completely impossible challenge. Actually, no, Pi Diddley, that's a good point. Lucifer the devil is described as the most beautiful of all the angels. So no, Lucifer is actually like beautiful. Lucifer is actually really handsome. And I think is described as having golden hair. All right, no, fair enough. All right, so, holy shit, this is becoming like Sandman shit. Thereupon he took leave of them and began his journey. The road led him to a large town, where the watchman by the gates asked him what his trade was and what he knew. I know everything, answered the luck child. So, you can do us a favour, said the watchman. If you'll tell us why our market fountain, which once flowed with wine, has become dry. Tell us why our market fountain, which once flowed with wine, has become dry and no longer gives even water. That you shall know, answered he. Only wait until I come back. Then he went farther and came to another town. And there also the gatekeeper asked him what was his trade and what he knew. I know everything, answered he. All right, I am Russian, a Russian baker. Then you can do us a favor. Tell us why a tree in our town, it once bore golden apples now, but now it does not even bore forth leaves. Put forth leaves. I'm sorry, I don't speak English. You shall know that, answered he. Only wait until I come back. Then he went on and came to a wide river over which he must go. The ferryman asked him what his trade was and what he knew. I know everything, answered he. Why does he say he knows everything? This is heaps interesting. I know everything, answered he. Then you can do me a favour, said the ferryman, and tell me, why must I always be rowing backwards and forwards, and am never to be set free? You shall know that, answered he. Just wait until I come back. When he crossed the water, he found the entrance to hell. It was black and sooty within, and the devil was not at home. But his grandmother... Wait, hang on. But the devil's grandmother was sitting in a large armchair. Okay, something tells me that this is getting mixed. Something tells me that Christianity is getting mixed with a bit of pagan lore here right now. I don't quite remember in the Bible the devil having a grandmother who sits on a rocking chair outside of hell, but never mind. It's fine. So, what do you want? She said to him. But she did not look so very wicked. I should like to have 3 golden hairs from the devil's head, answered he, or else I cannot keep my wife. Oh, that's a good deal to ask for, said she. If the devil comes home and finds you, it will cost you your life. But, as I pity you, I will see if I cannot help you. Hang on. Sorry, I inhaled a bit of spit. I am so sorry. Hang on. You know what'll fix this? Is a bit of wine. Welcome in our Furious. Professional streamer, by the way. Oh, God. All right, I'm fine. Hock tour, indeed. All right, chat. This is the beauty of live theatre and live streams. You never know what's going to happen next. Oh, appreciate that, Ash Nikoi. Sorry. Oh, God, I'm going to... So, if the devil comes home and finds him, you die. But the devil's grandmother thinks he's all right. She thinks he's kind of cool. So she's going to help him. She changed him into an ant and said, "Creep into the folds of my dress. You'll be safe there." Devil's grandmother's kind of horny.
Yes, answered he. So far, so good. But there are 3 things besides that I want to know. Why? A fountain which once flowed with wine has become dry and no longer gives even water. Why a tree which once bore golden apples does not even put forth leaves? And why a ferryman must always be going backwards and forwards and is never set free. And why a ferryman who always goes backwards and forwards is never set free.
There we go. "Those are difficult questions," answered she. "But only be silent and quiet, and pay attention to what the devil says when I pull out the 3 golden hairs." As the evening came on, the devil returned home. No sooner had he entered than he noticed that the air was not pure. And what voice should the devil have? "I smell a man's flesh," said he. Gay?
Oh my God, I smell a man's flesh, said he. All is not right here.
No, that's not going to be the devil's voice, all right? Oh, do you want that to be the devil's voice? Do you really want this, chat? All right. You asked for it. And we haven't done this voice yet. Jesus Christ, chat. I'm trying to do something serious here. I'm trying to put on a serious performance. But you asked for this. It's your fault. As the evening came on, the devil returned home. No sooner had he entered than he noticed that the air was not pure.
I smell man flesh,
said he.
All is not right here.
Then he pried into every corner and searched, but he could not find anything. His grandmother scolded him. "It has all been swept," said she, "and everything is put in order, and now you're upsetting it again. You've always got man's flesh in your nose." Oh, God. You know what, chat? Maybe this is the right voice. "You've always got man's flesh in your nose. Sit down and eat your supper." When he had eaten and drunk and was tired, he laid his head in his grandmother's lap, and before long he was fast asleep, snoring and breathing heavily. Then the old woman took hold of a golden hair, pulled it out, and laid it down near her.
Jesus Christ, cried the devil. What are you doing?
"I have had a bad dream," answered the grandmother, "so I seized hold of your hair."
Well, what did you dream then?
Said the devil. "I dreamed that a fountain in a marketplace, from which wine once flowed, was dried up, and not even water would flow out of it. What is the cause of it?"
Oh ho! If they did but know, answered the devil. There's like a toad sitting under a stone in the well. If they killed it, like wine would totally flow again.
He went to sleep again and snored until the windows shook. Then she pulled the second hair out.
Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
Cried the devil angrily. "Do not take it ill," said she. "I did it in a dream."
Like, what have you been dreaming, sister? Asked he.
"I dreamt that in a certain kingdom there stood an apple tree which once bore golden apples, but now it would not even bear leaves. What do you think is the reason?"
Oh, if they did but know, answered the devil. A mouth is like totally gnawing at the root. If they killed this, they would have golden apples again. But if it gnaws much longer, like the tree will be like totally dead. If you disturb me in my sleep again, I'm gonna like punch you in the ear. He actually says this, by the way. You'll get a box on the ear. The grandmother spoke gently to him until he fell asleep and snored. Then she took hold of the third hair and pulled it out. The devil jumped up.
he roared out, and he would have treated her ill if she had not quieted him once more and said, "Oh, who can help but bad dreams?" "Well, like, what was the dream then? Like, oh my God," asked he, and was quite curious. "I dreamt of a ferryman who complained that he must always ferry from one side to the other and was never released." "What is the cause of it?" I asked rather innocently. "Oh, Jesus Christ, the fool," answered the devil. "When anyone comes and wants to go across, he must put the oar in his hand, and the other man will have to ferry him, and he'll be totally free." As the grandmother had plucked out 3 golden hairs, and the 3 questions were answered, she let the old serpent alone, and he slept until daybreak. When the devil had gone out again, and the old woman took the ant out of the folds in her dress, and gave the luck child his human shape again. "There are the 3 golden hairs for you," said she. "What the devil said to your 3 questions, I suppose you heard?"
"Yes," answered he. "I've heard, and I'll take care to remember."
"You have what you want," said she. "Now you can go on your way." He thanked the old woman for helping him in his need, and left hell well content that everything had turned out so fortunately. Dude! W grandmothers, mate. I mean, the devil's grandmother is another MVP right here. Chat, she actually, without her help, he is fucked. Also, welcome in Titan Trice. Welcome in new chatters. Sorry if I missed any chats, but appreciate y'all. This is a really weird story, man. It's mixed with... It's like Christianity, but European paganism, and then these guys are just short story novelists from 150 years ago. This is wild, man. So anyway, so he leaves. He thanked the old woman, so on and so forth. When he came to the ferryman, he was expected to give the promised answer.
"Ferry me first," said the luck child. "Then I'll tell you how you can be set free."
When he reached the opposite shore, he gave him the devil's advice.
"The next time anyone comes who wants to be ferried over, just put the oar in his hand."
He went on and came to the town where stood the unfruitful tree, and there too the watchman wanted an answer. So he told him what he heard from the devil.
"Kill the mouse that's gnawing at its root. It will then again bear golden apples."
Then the watchman thanked him and gave him as a reward 2 donkeys laden with gold, which followed him. Holy fucking shit, that's awesome. At last, he came to the town whose well was dry. He told the watchman what the devil had said.
"A toad is in the well beneath a stone. You must find it and kill it. Then the well will once again give you wine in plenty."
The watchman thanked him and also gave him 2 asses. Wait, he gets another 2 donkeys laden with gold? Bro. Dude, this main character, this guy is the main character. He actually is the main character. This guy's plot armor is through the fucking roof. And holy shit. Anyway. At last the luck child got home to his wife, who was heartily glad to see him, and to hear how well he had prospered in everything. To the king he took what he'd asked for, the devil's 3 golden hairs. When the king saw the 4 asses laden with gold, he was quite content, and said, "Oh gosh, now all the conditions are fulfilled, and you can keep my daughter. But tell me, dear son-in-law, where did all that gold come from? I mean, this is tremendous wealth. Gosh."
"I was rowed across a river," answered he. "I got it there. It lies on the shore instead of sand."
"Oh, well, gosh, could I fetch some of it too?" said the king, and he was quite eager about it.
"As much as you like," answered he. "There's a ferryman on the river. Let him ferry you over, and you can fill your sacks on the other side."
Wow, fucking wrecked. The greedy king set out in all haste. When he came to the river, he beckoned to the ferryman to pull him across. The ferryman bade him to get in. When they got to the other shore, he put his oar in the hand of the king,
jumped out, and ran away. And from this time forth, the king has had to ferry as a punishment for his sins. Perhaps he is ferrying still. If he is, it is because no one has taken the oar from him. He didn't know the secret. The end. Holy shit, what a story. Holy shit. What a story, Mark. That story was sick, man. Claps in chat. W's in chat for the Brothers Grimm. These guys are literary geniuses, man. These guys are fucking amazing. Norwegian Blue, thank you for the second sub. Also, how has it been only 2 months, man? It feels like you've been watching my stream a lot more than just 2 months. And yet it hasn't been, because you found me through Top Streamer. So, dude, guys, this 2 months has been absolutely transformative for the stream and for my life like nothing else. Like, how am I doing this? How is this where I'm living? How am I living in Esfand's house right now? Alfurious, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits, man. Fucking legend, mate. Appreciate it. Really, guys, thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really do my best to put on the best show possible. I know I don't have, I know I'm not as established or old school or as big as some of the other streamers, but I like to think I can put on a good show. So welcome in new followers. Thank you everyone who subbed and cheered bits. You guys are fucking fantastic. I love this. There's nothing else I'd rather be doing. Yeah. But dude, the Brothers Grimm, these guys are fantastic. Like when we talk about the great writers throughout history, it's always, we always talk about the novelists and the people who wrote like great long stories, but the guys who wrote short stories, this is an art form in itself. And the ones I know that are really good, literally top tier of all time in my opinion, Brothers Grimm, Philip K. Dick, Aesop. Aesop is a fascinating person, and I think that we can do some Aesop fables later on. Basically, you already know Aesop fables. Aesop is the ancient Greek slave. I'll tell you his story. Aesop wrote Tortoise and the Hare, all right? He's from ancient Greece. Like, he's mega famous. But Aesop was an ancient Greek slave who I think earned his freedom by being such a good storyteller, which is fucking crazy. That's insane. Yeah. He wrote The Fox and the Hound, I think. Just various sort of stories like that. Like all those really basic stories like Tortoise and the Hare, Aesop wrote them all. Fucking genius. And I would love to also integrate his stuff into chat as well. Sorry, into these streams. That was so good, 510. That story was amazing. What a title as well. The Devil with 3 Golden Hairs. Exactly. 2,000 years ago, and it's still universal. Bro, if you wrote Tortoise and the Hare, you're a fucking genius, man. So, all right. I'd say we've got time for one more. And then I'm just going to eat a ton of food and crash out. So let's see, Chad. Let's pick this carefully. Let's see what options we have. Brothers Grimm. Okay, there's all these basic ones. Look, there's ones like Cinderella, Rapunzel, Rumpelstiltskin, Little Red Riding Hood, Hansel and Gretel. We already know these stories. I feel like at some point we should do them just because you know they're not going to be the way that Disney tells them. They're going to be quite Monka-esque. However, I think it's better if we go with stories that we know nothing about. Because honestly, I remember the name Devil with 3 Golden Hairs, but I don't remember that story at all. Like, that's crazy, man. Actually, to my memory, Cinderella ends really violently, but let's not do that yet. Let's see what else we've got. Iron John. Iron John. This story sounds kind of mad.
What do you think about this one? Do you want to... Does the name of the story Iron John intrigue anyone? I feel like this guy's going to be really fucking strong and just a Giga Chad, which is actually a thing that you get in Brothers Grimm stories. You get characters who are just like basically Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball strong, but you know, they're fucking powerhouses. What else have we got? The White Snake, the Queen Bee, the Goose Girl, the brother and sister. I don't know. Short stream? Yeah. Because I was already on OTK's stream for that. Let's see what other... Let's see if there's a complete list. I know there's more than this. The Cat and Mouse in Partnership. Yeah, we did The Wolf and the 7 Year. The Good Bargain. The Wonderful Musician. The 12 Brothers. The Pack of Ragamuffins. The Three Little Men in the Wood. Iron John or Goose Girl. What do you think? The Three Snake Leaves. Straw, Coal and Bean. Fisherman and His Wife is fantastic. The Valiant Little Tailor. Why do I know this one? Why do I know the Valiant Little... I'm opening that. Hang on. I know the Valiant Little Tailor. To my memory, this one's really sick. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll keep that open. Hang on. I need to look at some of these titles. Just 1 second, chat. It's hard to tell how good it's going to be from the title. I'll tell you what, if it's Brothers Grimm, it's good. Like, think of it this way, chat. There's thousands of stories in literature and circulation. Hang on, just 1 second. Hang on. 1 second. Look at this. Hello? Hey you, it's just me. Just me, mate. You are such a beautiful cat. Oh, we can't hear her meowing through the glass. At least I know the glass is soundproof in that regard. Hey kitty. Cats are the natural stars of the internet, in my opinion. Like, they're intelligent, but they're also animals. So they're that lovely mix of, I love how animals are just kind of very simple, but then cats are also unusually intelligent and unpredictable. And for that reason, they're so good on camera. All right, say goodbye to chat, kitty. I'm going to tell this story. Oh, she keeps meowing. Say goodbye. I'll forget. All right, let's continue. Right. Cats have character, as you say. And I'm not knocking dogs. I think dogs are fantastic as well, but they're a bit simpler than cats in terms of... Cats have like a wider range, a more varied range of behaviors and weird shit that they do. I think cats are fantastic. Also, Smiler, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you guys for enjoying the stream, by the way. Appreciate y'all. Oh! Hang on. Just 1 second. I think do I still have this? No. Maybe in WhatsApp. Just 1 second, chat. There's a reason I'm doing this. Oh, I'll do it another day. My housemate sent me a picture or two of Billy, my cat, missing me. So I'll maybe chuck it in my Discord later on. By the way, guys, join my Discord. We have a Billy section, and follow the Instagram, follow the Twitter. I always chuck funny videos or pictures of Billy on whenever I feel like. But yeah, I'm very lucky. I've got a very, very good cat. And it's quite cute that he's missing me. Cats vocalize with humans more often than they do with other cats. They like talking to us. I've noticed this. Yeah, I've noticed this. Like, cats go meow, and I'm like, hello, and they're like meow, and they just keep, you can have this almost infinite back and forth with some kitties.
All right, good night, motherfucker Jones. Good night. The Seven Ravens. Mother Hulda. The Mouse, the Bird, and the Sausage. Once upon a time, a mouse, a bird, and a sausage formed a partnership. All right, chat. I'm sorry. I don't care what anyone says. That is the opening sentence of the century. I'm reading this story. I don't care what anyone says. That's fucking amazing. That is such a stupid intro to it. That is such a stupid opening line. We've got to do this, chat. We have no fucking choice. This is great. Wow. That is some clickbait for the 1800s. Holy shit. All right. Yeah, fuck it. All right, chat. You ready? Let's do this. Ahem. Once upon a time, a mouse, a bird, and a sausage formed a partnership. They kept the house together, and for a long time, they lived in peace and sorry, let me start that again. This is so dumb. This is like a Pornhub story. Once upon a time, a mouse, a sausage... No, fuck, I can't do this. Once upon a time, a mouse, a bird, and a sausage formed a partnership. They kept house together, and for a long time they lived in peace and prosperity, acquiring many possessions. The bird's task was to fly into the woods every day to fetch wood. The mouse carried water, made the fire, and set the table. The sausage did the cooking. How is it? Look, I've got some very... I feel like I've got some questions that need to be answered after a sentence like that. This is such a stupid story already. Anyway, whoever is too well off always wants to try something different. Thus, one day, the bird chanced to meet another bird who boasted to him of his situation. The bird criticized him for working so hard while the other two enjoyed themselves at home. For after the mouse had made the fire and carried the water, why, she could sit in the parlour and rest until it was time for her to set the table. The sausage had only to stay by the pot watching the food cook. I mean, how is this even possible? But anyway, when mealtime approached, she would slither through the porridge or the vegetables, and thus everything was greased and salted and ready to eat. The bird would bring his load of wood home. They would eat their meal and then sleep soundly until the next morning. It was a great life. The next day, because of his friend's advice, the bird refused to go to the forest, saying that he had been their servant for long enough. He was no longer going to be a fool for them. Everyone should try a different task for a change. The mouse and the sausage argued against this, but the bird was the master, and he insisted they give it a try. The sausage was supposed to leave the house and fetch wood. Okay. The mouse is to become the cook, and the bird was the one who was going to carry water. This story is so amazingly stupid. I'm fully invested. All right, let's go. And what was the result? The sausage trudged off towards the forest. The bird made the fire, and the mouse put on the pot and waited for the sausage to return with the wood for the next day. This is such a funny visual, man. However, the sausage stayed out so long that the other two feared that something bad had happened. The bird flew off to see if he could find her. A short distance away, he came upon a dog that had seized the sausage as free booty and was making off with her. Wait, the sausage is a woman? Oh, well, okay. So the sausage is a lady, and the dog has basically bitten into the female sausage and run away with her. This is so good. The bird complained bitterly to the dog about this brazen abduction, but he claimed that he had discovered forged letters on the sausage. Wait, hang on. He claimed that he had discovered forged letters on the sausage, and she would thus have to forfeit her life to him. This is a very strange alternate universe we're in. Filled with sorrow, the bird carried the wood home himself, and he told the mouse what he had seen and heard. They were very sad, but they were determined together. They were determined to stay together and make the best of it. Wait, they just gave up? Wait, no! The sausage! No! Well, 07's in chat for the sausage. The sausage just got eaten by a dog, and that's the end for them. Fuck. Anyway, the birds set up the table while the mouse prepared the food. She jumped into the pot as the sausage had... No! The mouse jumped into the pot of boiling water as the sausage had always done in order to slither and weave in about the vegetables and grease them. But before she reached the middle, her hair and skin were scalded off and she perished. This is fucking horrible. This story is absolutely... I'll tell you what, this really puts the grim in Grimm Brothers fairy tales, mate. Oh my God. Okay. Now, this actually explains how the sausage is able to cook, because it just lives in a pot of boiling water and it's fine. Well, okay, so the mouse just fucking died, and so is the sausage. When the bird wanted to eat, no cook was there. Beside himself, he threw the wood this way and he called out. He looked everywhere, but no cook was to be found. Because of his carelessness, the scattered wood caught fire and the entire house soon caught aflame. The bird rushed to fetch water, but the bucket fell into the well, carrying him with it, and he drowned. The end. That's it. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. That story was amazing. That's it. That's the picture of them at the end. Oh my God. The end. And everyone died. That's a fucking... that might be the best one yet, man. This actually might be the best story that we've read all night. That was so fucking dumb. That was 10 out of 10. Basically, the moral of the story is know your role and shut your mouth. Not even shut your mouth, like just, know your role and stick to your lane. 420 out of 69. Oh my God, that was so good. It's basically like know yourself and know your strengths, know the world, know where you best fit into it. You know, in a way, like I was laughing at the sausage doing the cooking before, but then I'm like, no, wait, the sausage is actually, it's safe at home and it literally can live inside boiling water and make all the cooking fine. No, the sausage was actually an MVP. The bird's a fucking idiot. That's going to be hard to top, chat. It's going to be hard to top that one. But we're going to try. We're going to look for other stories and continue. That was amazing. Oh my God. The Girl Without Hands. What are the titles of some of these stories, mate? We're gonna do a different one instead, though. That seems a bit grim. We'll come back to that. I'm stealing some other stories that look really funny. Yeah, Tom Thumb, The Wedding of Mrs. Fox, The Elves, The Robber Bridegroom. That's a classic one. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Jesus Christ, mate. Frau Traud, Godfather Death. Thumbling as a Journeyman, The Almond Tree, Old Sultan, Six Swans, Sleeping Beauty, King Thrushbeard. Why do I know this one so well? I know the song. I know King Thrushbeard. It's such a famous name, but I just can't remember the details of it. The knapsack, the hat, and the horn. That I remember is kind of mad, but it might be a bit late for that one. Dog and the Sparrow, Frederick and Catherine. Two brothers. Anyone's with alive inanimate objects. Okay, all right. I got one that sounds interesting. I actually opened one just in case. I'll tell you what. I think the best stories of this are the ones where they're just actually like creatures and animals, or like the fact that the sausage was a main character was fucking top tier, mate. All right. What else do we have? I'm just looking at some more. I'm just looking at some more. I'm trying to find another one with a really funny title. Oh, this one's gonna be so good. Gambling Hansel, about a guy who's addicted to gambling. You know this is gonna end terribly. What else do we have? All right, fuck it. We'll keep going. Okay, we'll keep. I got one that's gonna be interesting. All right, fuck it. We're gonna do this one. Is this short? This is really short. Okay, this one's gonna be grim, guys. It's called The Louse and the Flea. And I'll tell you what, the first sentence is a real fucking doozy, man. Oh God. Okay, chat. Just want to say, appreciate you all being in my stream. Cheers. This is fucking hilarious. I'm enjoying a good glass of wine. And and I appreciate that you guys have just rolled with the fact that instead of scary stories, we're just reading Brothers Grimm fairy tales. But honestly, these are better. Like, these are the best copy pasters I've ever seen. Like 1800s copy pasters are the best. A louse is basically like it's like another flea-like animal, like a tick. Gronky stories. Dude, these stories are so gronky. All right, ladies and gentlemen. These are way more messed up than any scary story Erebus. Look, I'll tell you what, I'm remembering these and enjoying these a lot better than any of the creepypastas I've done. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you The Louse and the Flea by the Brothers Grimm. A louse and a flea kept house together and were brewing beer in an eggshell. Then the little louse fell in and burnt herself. On this, the little flea began to scream loudly. Then said the little room door, "Little flea, why art thou screaming? Because the louse has burnt herself." Then the door began to creak. On this little broom in the corner. Wait, hang on. Wait, the door's talking to them and the broom's talking to them? All right, this is fucking heaps weird. The little door began to creak. On this little broom in the corner said, "Why art thou creaking, little door? Have I a reason not to creak? The little louse has burnt herself. Little flea is weeping." So the little broom, quite upset, began sweeping frantically. Then a little cart passed by and said, "Why art thou sleeping? Why art thou sweeping, little broom? Have I not reason to sweep? The little louse has burned herself, the flea is weeping, and the door is creaking." So the cart said, "Then I will run." And he began to run wildly. Then an ash heap, hang on, this story is really fucking weird. There was an ash heap by which it ran. "Why art thou running so, little cart? Have I not reason to run? The little louse has burnt herself, the little flea is weeping, the door is creaking, the broom is sweeping." Hang on, wait a minute. What? Okay, in a nutshell, it just escalates. Sorry, this escalates a really long time until they get to a girl, all right? So, the louse has burned itself, the flea is weeping, the door is creaking, the broom is sweeping, the cart is running, the ash heap is burning. On this, the girl said, "Oh gosh, then I will break my water pitcher." And she broke her water pitcher. Then the little spring from which ran the jug said, "Girl, why did you break the jug?" Blah, 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 blah. "Oh," said the spring, "then I will begin to flow." Then the spring began to flow violently, and in the water, everything was drowned. The girl, the tree, the ash heap, the cart, the broom, the door, the flea, and the louse all together. The end. That was the shit. Okay, that one was just fucking trash. That story was so fucking dumb. Okay, all right. Well, I don't even know what I'm supposed to make out of that. I give that a 0 out of 10. That was fucking stupid. I give that 0 out of 10. That was a big old pile of horse shit. That story's fucking trash. Oh my god. All right. Well, I got something better after that. So yeah, 07s for literally every character in their story. They all died because like a flea burnt itself. So crap, man. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drink the rest of this wine, and we're gonna read Gambling Hansel. Ladies and gentlemen, from Esfand's front porch, from his living room, I'm sitting here in darkness, not really reading horror stories, but reading tales from the Brothers Grimm. I don't know what the moral of that story is. Yeah, so the jug of water breaks, and the water where the river that she got the water from just flooded and killed everyone, and that's the story. That is, I don't know what I'm supposed to learn from that. That is absolutely stupid. So. Okay, that's the scary part of the stream. Anyway, let's continue. I shall now tell you the story of Gambling Hansel by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a man who did nothing but gamble, and for that reason, people never called him anything but Gambling Hansel. And as he never ceased to gamble, he played away his house and all that he had. Now, the very day before his creditors were to take his house from him, came the Lord and Saint Peter. Hang on, wait a minute. Wait. The very day before his creditors were going to come and take his house away from him, came literally God and Saint Peter. Saint Peter's the guy who lets you in at the pearly gates. And they asked him to give them shelter for the night. Wow. That escalated like nothing I've ever seen in my entire life. Holy shit. Okay, so, yes. Suddenly things escalated out of the blue. Then, Gambling Hansel said, "Well, for my part, you might stay the night, but I cannot give you a bed or anything to eat." So the Lord said that he was just to take them in, and they themselves would buy something to eat, to which Gambling Hansel made no objection. Thereupon St. Peter gave him 3 groschen and said that he was to go to the baker's and fetch some bread. So Gambling Hansel went. But when he reached the house where other gambling vagabonds were gathered together, these circumstances are amazing. They, although they had won all that he had, greeted him clamorously and said, "Aye, Hansel, do come in." "Oh," said he, "do you want to win these 3 groschen too?" On this, they would not let him go. So he went in and he played away all the 3 groschen. Meanwhile, St. Peter and literally God were waiting. And as they waited so long in coming, they set out to meet him. When Gambling Hansel came, however, he pretended that the money had fallen into a gutter and kept raking about in it all the while to find it. Oh my God, this is so dumb. So this guy is trying to fool God and Saint Peter by literally like raking around the gutter like, oh no, I dropped my money in there. I'll find it. Anyway. However, our Lord already knew that he had lost it in a play. Saint Peter again gave him 3 groschen, and now he did not allow himself to be led away once more, but fetched them the loaf. Our Lord then inquired if he had no wine, and he said, Oi, alack, sir, the casks are all but empty. But the Lord said that he was to go down into the cellar, for the best wine was there. For a long time he would not believe this, but at length he said, Well, all right, I'll go down, but I know that there is none there. When he turned the tap, however, lo and behold, the best of wine ran out. So he took it to them, and the two passed the night there. Early next day, our Lord told Gambling Hansel that he might beg 3 favors. The Lord expected that he would ask to... Hang on, wait. Okay, so the Lord asks Gambling Hansel if he has 3 requests. Okay, all right. The Lord expected that he would ask to go to heaven, but instead, Gambling Hansel asked him for a pack of cards with which he could win everything, for a dice with which he would win everything, and for a tree whereon every kind of fruit would grow, and from which no one who had climbed up... Oh my God! Wait, hang on. He wants a tree that grows every fruit, and if anyone climbs up this tree, you can never climb down unless Gambling Hansel gives you permission to. This guy's a fucking asshole. This guy's such a fucking dickhead. Okay, look. Okay, all right, look. I would love a pack of cards and a pair of dice that always make me win. That would be really cool. But the problem is, everyone understands the laws of probability, and they will know you're cheating. Even if they can't figure out, it's completely impossible to win 100% of the time. They'll know you're cheating, and they will break your legs. They will fuck you up. So you got to change opponents or people you're gambling with all the time and hope that no one catches on. Okay. But this tree, the tree is fucking bullshit, man. This tree, you're a real fucking asshole for this. All right, okay, anyway. So he makes these incredibly unreasonable wishes, and let's continue the story. So, anyway, the Lord gives him all these wishes and departed with St. Peter. Now Gambling Hansel at once set about gambling in real earnest, and before long he had gained half the world. Now that might be the escalated quickly sentence of the century, mate. So literally, before long, he literally owns half the wealth in the entire world. Holy fucking shit, bro. Upon this, St. Peter said to the Lord, Lord, this thing must not go on. He will win, and you will lose the whole world. We must send death to him. When death appeared, Gambling Hansel had just seated himself at the gambling table, and death said, Hansel, come out a while. But Gambling Hansel said, Oi there, just wait until this game is done, and in the meantime, you get up in that tree out there, and gather a little fruit that we might have something to munch on upon our way. Thereupon Death, who clearly had not gotten the memo, climbed up the tree, but when he wanted to come down again, he couldn't. And Hansel left him up there for 7 years. During that 7 years, literally no one died. Wait, this is fucking wild, man. Hang on. Bro, this guy is crazy. This is literally some Dark Souls level lore and character. This needs to be an anime, bro. The brothers, dude, seriously, the guys that did Vinland Saga need to animate this shit, man. This is top tier. If this was literally a series on Netflix and it was just animated and it really didn't matter the animation style, just tell these stories. Dude, have you ever heard any stories like this, chat? These are fucking crazy. This would easily be a must-watch on Netflix. You're invested, Sazagrim? I'm invested. So anyway, Gambling Hands tricks Death into climbing up a tree for 7 years, and during that time, no one dies. So, St. Peter says to God, Lord, this thing must not go on. People no longer die. We must go ourselves. And so, they went themselves. And the Lord commanded Hansel to let Death come down. So Hansel went at once to Death and said to him, All right there, come down. And Death took him directly and put an end to him. All right, so that's literally the wording. So Death comes down and just kills him on the spot. All right, well, I mean, I think we all knew that was going to happen. So, all right. Then they went away together and came to the next world. And Gambling Hansel made straight for the door of heaven and knocked on it. Who's there? Oh, yeah. Gambling Hansel. Ah, we'll have nothing to do with him. Be gone. So he went to the door of purgatory and knocked once more. Who's there? Gambling Hansel. Ah, fuck off. There's enough weeping and wailing here without you. Look, we don't want to gamble. Just go away again. So he went to the door of hell, and there they let him in. There was, however, no one at home, but old Lucifer and the crooked devils who had been doing their evil work in the world. And no sooner was Hansel there than he sat down to gamble again. Lucifer, however, had nothing to lose but his misshapen devils, and Gambling Hansel won them from him. Wait a minute. Oh my God. Wait, Lucifer didn't get the memo either. Oh shit, hang on, this is actually... Dude, this story is actually fucking crazy. So, Gambling Hansel literally won control over devils from Lucifer because his cards couldn't fail. Okay, so Gambling Hansel... Okay, then he was off again with his crooked devils. They went to Hohenfort and pulled up a hop pole, and with it, wait, hang on, they went to heaven and began to thrust the pole against heaven, and heaven began to crack. Oh my God! Wait a minute, wait a minute. This guy's fucking crazy. So anyway, Saint Peter said, Lord, this thing cannot go on. We must let him in, or he will throw us down from heaven. And they let him in. But Gambling Hansel instantly began to play again, and there was such a noise that there was no hearing what they themselves were saying. Therefore Saint Peter once more said, Lord, this cannot go on. We must throw him down, or he will make all of heaven rebellious. Oh my God, he breaks his way into heaven and starts gambling with angels until he gets all the angels addicted to gambling. This is one of the greatest stories ever written. Dude, these guys are fucking crazy. Anyway, sorry. So St. Peter has a word with God and is like, God, we got to fix this now. So they went to him at once. They threw him down, and his soul broke into fragments. And the fragments of his soul went into gambling vagabonds who are alive and living to this very day. The end. Oh my fucking God. Dude, that was the story. That was a great story. Dude, in my opinion, man, I think the Brothers Grimm, I think they are easily, without a doubt, the greatest storytellers in the history of this planet, man. This is fucking top tier, man. These guys are absolutely fantastic. Yeah, they just turned into a bunch of Australians, so that was it. So, yeah, and you know what? At the same time, it's explaining, as you say, Torsten, why some people to this day are so... it's explaining why, to this day, why some people are so incredibly lucky. I'm the only streamer not playing WoW right now. I'll tell you what, chat. Would you rather me be doing this right now, or would you rather me be playing WoW? And I'm not knocking WoW. I'm not knocking OnlyFans. I'm literally saying me specifically. Yeah, I think I'm kind of cornering a very weird specific niche right now. I'm loving this, chat. I'm loving this. Also, not to toot my own horn, but I think that I think I'd be better at doing this than anyone else who could possibly doing this right now. So,
WoW is the same shit for 150 streamers. Yeah, you love WoW, but it's the truth. Yeah, I mean, I love World of Warcraft. I find it immensely fun to play, but it's not a game that I like streaming because I don't think it's the most entertaining content for other people to watch. Very rarely, if you get a guy like Esfand, Pirate Software, Mizkif, these people are immensely entertaining at doing this, but they're also not your typical WoW streamers. They go beyond the Call of Duty to make it as intense and interesting as possible. Like Esfand with his troll garb, I was saying that was like something you'd see on the TV in the 90s or early 2000s. It was that level of production, in my opinion. So, yeah, you'd rather watch this, motherfucker Jones? Appreciate that. Also, as for you guys, Pi Diddley, and you guys, Torsten, like literally playing WoW by listening to my stories, I really appreciate that. I hope that my stream right now is making playing WoW or leveling more fun and entertaining for you guys. So, 510. Patriot, what's up? You got on Twitch because of Molten Core? You like this more, Sazzo? Well, I'm not like other streamers. I guarantee you no one in the world is doing what I'm doing right now, but I'm enjoying this. This is so fucking fun, man. All right. I'll tell you what, chat. Let's, I was going to end stream now because it's 3:20 a.m., but it's Saturday night. And who the fuck goes to bed early on a Saturday night? Why don't we do another one? Tell you what, I'm gonna change my selfie stick as well, because this is definitely about to run out of batteries. Fuck it, let's do another one. Let's do another one. I'm enjoying this, and I think you guys are enjoying it as well. And I don't think anyone's going to bed right now. Just one sec, let me put this down somewhere. All right. Let's do it, Chad. Put you down here. All right, just wait there. All right, well, just stay there. No, I'm gonna get a new selfie stick. All right, here we go. All right, there we go. Yeah, that'll do the trick. All right. And you know what else is nice? Is I have the spare bedroom back, because while I can get to sleep on the couch, it's not the same as sleeping in a normal bed. Now that works for T10, Nat and Arav because they're like in their 20s, you know. But I'm 37 years old, mate. A normal bed works much better for me. So, all right, let's get you out of here. I'm not complaining though. I'm not complaining. Like there are people who would kill to sleep on It's all right. 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 You're back. There are people who would kill to sleep on Esfand's couch. So I'm not complaining at all. All right, let's see. I'm going to charge this one. Okay, there we go. There we go. Come here, you fuck. In you go, buddy boy. In you go. I'm just charging my fucking selfie stick. You like back with you. Alright. Let's put you in here, boys and girls. Let's put you in here. Alright. Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. Yeah, there are games I love to play, but I don't particularly think they're fun to watch. Like Vampire Survivors, Halls of Torment, basically any roguelike or roguelite, whatever they're called. I forget what they're called. But you know what I mean by that. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Let me just turn this on and everything will be fixed. All right. It's fine. Right. There you go.
No! I'm back.
Lots of fighting games. Yeah, it's why, even though I enjoy playing Tekken a lot, I never do it back to back. Like, I rarely stream it. So, it's all right, we're back, chat, we're still here. It's not an F. It's not an F, you fucking minge. So, I'll read a few chats. Vegan, welcome in. You feel it for days, 5-0? Yeah. An interesting thing, though, is that if I'm really tired, I'll drink 2 fucking American coffees. And those are nuclear. I'm on 2 right now. That's why I'm still awake at this hour in the morning. So. Chat. I need to take a piss. I'm also going to refill my wine. Also, J-Rex, welcome in. I'm going to refill my wine. I'm going to take a piss, but I will leave you with scary music and scary sounds. Behold, behold, fear and hunger. Where can I leave you so that you'll get suitably scared? I'll leave you over here. Yes, that's not going to do the trick. All right. I'm going to take a piss. I'm going to refill my wine, and then we'll do 1 or 2 more stories, and I'll be right back. It's fine. Also, I'm not well lit enough to really make that scary, so I'm going to get some water, and I'll be right back. Right. I'm back. Was that scary? Did that scare anyone? Also, what's up, Rodney Radio? Welcome in. There's a part of me that worries about being too loud out here. Then I just got to remember that Arav is like shouting outside while playing WoW the whole time. So it should be fine. It should be fine. And honestly, everything is everything's pretty soundproof, man. I'm way too polite. Yeah. You realize what house I'm at? I have to remember that Lakari used to stay in my room that I'm in right now. So I'm like, no, there's no way I'm too loud. So, and that's no disrespect to the man. It is interesting being in streamer houses. You know, like everyone does their own thing. We're all really loud. But yeah, wait, I got a raid from Milky Note. Welcome in, Milky. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Sorry, I was away. Also welcome in, Vers. Welcome in. Guys, follow Milky Note. She's a lovely wee lass. I've known her for very long. She's fantastic. Raiders, I'm... reading some scary stories. And by scary, I mean not scary stories. I'm doing fairy tales from the Brothers Grimm in Esfand's backyard. They're not really scary though. We're just doing Brothers Grimm at the end of the day. And I probably should even, I should change the stream title for that. So, but honestly, the vibe kind of works anyway. So, this music does work. All right, so Gambling Hansel, what a fucking asshole. What else do we have? Sweet Porridge, stories about snakes. The Poor Miller's Boy and the Cat, The Two Travelers, Hans My Hedgehog, The Jew Among Thorns. Something tells me I probably shouldn't read this one on stream. Oh my god, these stories. What else do we have? The 3 army surgeons, the 7 Swabians, the 3 apprentices. What else do we have? Yeah, I might need to read that story before I read it on stream. All right. Just to check. Devil and his grandmother, we know that one. Ferdinand the Faithful. Why do I know that one? I don't want to get in trouble for that. 1 eye, 2 eyes, and 3 eyes. What the fuck is this story? Okay, sorry, the opening sentence grabbed me from this. All right. I'm reading this just because of the first sentence. No, Eben. The wind is... the reason I'm sitting here at all is because it's too windy for me to sit at the table, and the wind is blowing that wooden door there. That's literally it. That's literally it. I won't get cancelled because of an old story. I feel like I'd be tempting fate to read a story with a title like that, but... what is this story? All right. Who wants to know the story of 1 eye, 2 eye, and 3 eyes? Okay, I'll tell you what, fuck it, we're doing it, because this opening sentence has hooked me in. All right, are you ready? Ahem. Oh wait, I need to sip my wine first. All right. Get ready for this opening sentence, by the way. Cheers, chat. Cheers. 1 eye, 2 eye, and 3 eyes by the Brothers Grimm. There once was a woman who had 3 daughters, the eldest of whom was called 1 eye because she had only 1 eye in the middle of her forehead, like Leela from Futurama. The second was called 2 eyes because she had 2 eyes, like any normal person. And the youngest, 3 eyes, because she had 3 eyes and the third eye was in the center of her forehead, like Pudding from One Piece, the daughter of Big Mum. So,
Anyway, however, as Two Eyes saw just as other human beings did, her sister and her mother could not endure. Oh, this is so good right off the bat. Oh my god. She's like Tien. Oh, sorry. Oh, whatever. Yeah, so she had 3 eyes like Tien from Dragon Ball. There we go. All right, so because one girl has 2 eyes and she's a normal person, her sisters and her mother hate her. All right, so they said to her, "Thou, with thy 2 eyes, art no better than the common people. Thou dost not belong to us." They pushed her about and threw old clothes at her and gave her nothing to eat but what they left, and they did everything they could to make her unhappy. I love how in these stories everyone's just a huge fucking dickhead. Like everyone's a fucking asshole. And you know who else is good at this kind of story? Is Roald Dahl. Roald Dahl is brilliant at making the worst people ever. Anyway, it came to pass that Two Eyes had to go out into the fields and tend the goat. But she was still quite hungry because her sisters had given her so little to eat. Also, thank you, Dragon, for the follow. She sat down on a ridge and began to weep so bitterly that 2 streams ran down from her eyes. And once, when she looked up in her grief, a woman was standing beside her and said, "Why art thou weeping, little Two Eyes?" Two Eyes answered, "Oh gosh, have I not reason to weep when I have 2 eyes like other people, and my sister and mother hate me for it, and they push me from one corner to another and throw old clothes at me and give me nothing to eat but the scraps they leave." Oh my God. I thought that was like some wailing ghost, but it's just a Rav doing World of Warcraft. Also, Parmigiana, can I tuck you in bed while listening to this bed? Can I tuck you in while listening to this bedtime story? Parma, anytime you want me to tuck you in, you can just let me know. Also, guys, chuck a follow to Parmigiana. Bloody awesome, gorgeous Aussie lady who you would love to tuck into if you followed her stream. Now, let's see, where am I? Where was I in the story? Oh, yes. So, the girl is crying because she has 2 eyes instead of 1 eye or 3 eyes, like her sisters. Where are we? Oh, yes. So, the wise woman said to her, "Wipe away thy tears, 2 eyes, and I will tell thee something that will stop thee ever suffering from hunger again. Just say to thy goat, 'Bleat, my little goat, bleat. Cover the table with something to eat.' And then a well-spread little table will stand before thee with the most delicious food, upon which thou mayest eat as much as thou art inclined for. And when you have enough, and hast no more need for the table, say, 'Bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray,' and take the table away." Hold on, wait a minute. "And then the goat will vanish from your sight." These stories, these stories take a real turn. These stories go off the rails in 1 second. Thanks, Peebo Shy. Nah, appreciate it, Palmer. Also, hope you've been doing well. All right. Hereupon the wise woman departed. But Two Eyes thought, "I must instantly make a trial and see if what she has said is true, for I am far too hungry." So she said, "Bleat, my little goat, bleat. Cover the table with something to eat." And scarcely had she spoken the words that a little table covered with a white cloth was standing there, and on it was a plate with a knife and fork and a silver spoon, and the most delicious food was there, warm and smoking as if it had just come out of the kitchen. Then Two Eyes said the shortest prayer she knew, "Lord God, be with us, amen," and she helped herself with the food, and she enjoyed it. When she was satisfied, she said, as the wise woman taught her, "Bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray, and take the table away." And immediately the little table and everything on it was gone. "Oh gosh, that's a delightful way of keeping house," thought Two Eyes, and she was quite glad and happy. Also, Zordon of Doom, thank you for the sub on Sebbywebz TV. Guys, also follow Zordon of Doom. She also does a wee bit of voice acting and also is a brilliant singer in real life. I've known her for bloody ever. Cat, yep, you're damn straight. All right, guys, I'm kind of curious to see where the story's going to go. I don't know. Let's see. Also, Angel Roche, welcome in. In the evening, when she went home with her goat, she found a small earthenware dish with some food, which her sisters had set ready for her, but she did not touch it. Next day, she went out again with her goat, and left the few bits of broken bread which had been handed to her lying untouched. The first and second time she did this, her sisters did not remark at all. But as it happened every time, they did observe it, and they said, "There's something wrong with Two Eyes. She always leaves her food untasted. She used to eat up everything that was given to her. She must have discovered other ways of getting food." In order that they might learn the truth, they resolved to send One Eye with Two Eyes when she went to drive her goat to the pasture, to observe what Two Eyes did when she was there, and whether one brought her anything to eat and drink. So, when Two Eyes set out next time, One Eye went with her, and said, "I'll go with you to the pasture, and see that goat is well taken care of, and driven where there is food." But Two Eyes knew what was in One Eye's mind, and drove the goat into high grass and said, "You gosh, come One Eye, we will sit down, and I will sing something to you." One Eye sat down and was tired with the unaccustomed walk in the heat of the sun, because she was very fat and also a streamer. And Two Eyes, okay, no, that's not true, sorry. One Eye sat down and was tired with the unaccustomed walk and the heat of the sun. And Two Eyes sang constantly, "One Eye, wakest thou? One Eye, sleepest thou?" Until One Eye shut her one eye and fell asleep. And as soon as Two Eyes saw that One Eye was fast asleep and could discover nothing, she said, "Bleat, bleat, my little goat, cover the table with something to eat," and seated herself at her table and ate and drank until she was satisfied and as fat as any other World of Warcraft streamer. Then she cried, "Bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray, take the table quite away. I'm gay." And in an instant, all was gone. Two Eyes now awakened, and One Eye said, "One Eye?" No, wait, hang on. And said to One Eye, "Oh gosh, One Eye, you wanted to take care of the goat and go to sleep while you're doing it. In the meantime, the goat might run all over the world. Come, let us go home again." And so they went home, and again Two Eyes let her little dish stand untouched, and One Eye could not tell her mother why she would not eat it, and to excuse herself, and said, "Well, I fell asleep while I was out." All right, I'm going to drink some more wine. And let's continue, because I get a feeling I know where the story is going to go, but... Also, cheers, chat. Happy Saturday. Cheers. This is fun. All right, let's continue. The next day, the mother said to Three Eyes, "This time, thou shalt go and observe if Two Eyes eats anything when she's out, and if anyone fetches her food and drink. She must be eating and drinking in secret. She's fat." So Three Eyes went to Two Eyes and said, okay, we need a voice for Three Eyes. I'll make her... fuck it, I'll make her North English. Fuck it, I'll make her Scottish. "All right, you fucking minge. I'll go with you and see if that goat is taken properly care of and driven where there's fucking food." But Two Eyes knew what was in Three Eyes' mind and said, "Oh gosh, we will sit down and I will sing something to you." Three Eyes sat down and was tired with the walk and with the heat of the sun, and Two Eyes began the same song as before and said, "Three Eyes, are you waking?" But instead of singing, "Three Eyes, are you sleeping?" as she ought to have done, she thoughtlessly sang, "Two Eyes, are you sleeping?" and sang, "Three Eyes, are you waking? Two eyes, are you sleeping? All right, okay, all right. Now, listen, writers, I think this is a bit convenient, okay? I think she made this mistake because you needed the rest of the plot to happen. Because there's no way, if you see someone with three eyes, you're ever going to think anything other than that. So, also, Overness, welcome in. Oh God, I'm going to sneeze. Hang on. Oh shit. No, wait. No, it's gone. All right. All right, if I sneeze again, anyway. Sorry, okay, so she says, three eyes are you waking, two eyes are you sleeping. All right, we all know where this is going. Then two of the eyes, which three eyes had, shut and fell asleep. But the third, as it had not been named in the song, did not fall asleep. It's true that three eyes shut it, but only in her cunning, to pretend it was asleep. But it blinked, and it could see everything well. And when two eyes thought that three eyes was fast asleep, she used her little charm. Bleat, my little goat, bleat, cover the table with something to eat. Yes, and then all the food comes out, and yes, the goat came out and he covered the table with Lunchables and prime drinks, and the girl, she ate it, all right? Like a good little streamer. Then she told the goat to fuck off and the table went away. So, and three eyes had seen everything. Then two eyes came to her and woke her up and said, oh gosh, have you been asleep? Three eyes, you are a good caretaker. Come, we will go home. And when they went home, two eyes again did not eat. And three eyes said to her mother, all right, you fucking minge. I know a way that high-minded thing does not eat. When she's out, she tells her goat to cover her table with Lunchables and prime. And then she eats like a fat cunt. All right, I said it. All right. The whole video is demonetized now, but it's fine. I'll tell my editor to edit that in post. All right. Yeah. Two eyes is a fat cunt. Anyway, I watched everything closely. She put two of my eyes to sleep using a certain form of words. I think it was called neuro-linguistic programming. However, luckily, the one on my forehead kept awake because I'm like Tien from Dragon Ball, apparently. So the envious mother cried, dost thou want a fare better than we do? The desire will pass away. She fetched a butcher's knife and thrust it into the heart of the goat, which fell down dead. Oh my God. Yes, well. Well, that story took a turn for the worse. Right, well, when Two Eyes saw that, she went out full of trouble, seated herself on the ridge of the grass at the edge of the field, and she wept bitter tears, which I think is completely justified. Oh my God. Suddenly, the wise woman once more stood by her side and said, oh, Two Eyes, why art thou weeping? She said, have I not reason to weep? She answered. The goat, which covered the table for me every day with Lunchables and prime energy drinks, he's been killed by my mother, and now again I shall have to bear hunger and want. The wise woman said, Two Eyes, I will give thee a piece of good advice. Ask thy sisters to give thee the entrails of the slaughtered goat, and bury them in the ground in front of the house, and thy fortune will be made. Then she vanished. And Two Eyes went home and said to her sisters, oh, dear sisters, give me a part of the goat. I don't wish for what is good, but give me the entrails, the intestines, the guts, and maybe even the penis and the testicles. They laughed in her face. If that's what you want, then you can have it. So Two Eyes took the entrails and the penis and the testicles and the foreskin, and she buried them quietly in the evening, in front of the house door, as the wise woman had counseled her to do so. Next morning, when they all awoke and went to the house door, there stood a massive beanstalk climbing up into the heavens. I'm sorry, that's the wrong story. That's not true. There wasn't a beanstalk. I lied. All right. I was just testing if you were paying attention. Anyway, next morning, when they all awoke and went to the house door, there stood a strangely magnificent tree with leaves of silver and fruit of gold hanging amongst them, so that in all the wide world there was nothing more beautiful and precious. They did not know how the tree could have come there during the night. But Two Eyes saw that it had grown up out of the entrails of the goat, for it was standing on the exact spot where she had buried them. The mother said to One Eye, "Climb up, honey buns, and gather some of the fruit of the tree for us." One Eye climbed up, but when she was about to get hold of one of the golden apples, the branch escaped from her hand. That had happened each time, so she could not pluck an apple, let her do what she might. Oh, I see. So every time One Eye reaches for a branch, the branch just like recoils and she can never grab it. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. All right, so One Eye getting the short end of the stick once again. Okay. Three Eyes, you climb up. You can do better than One Eye. You got 3 eyes. That's better than 2. Mixilia, thank you for the follow. Okay, so One Eye slipped down and 3 Eyes climbed up. 3 Eyes was not more skillful, and search as she liked, the golden apples always escaped her. At length, the mother grew impatient and climbed up herself, but she could not grab the fruit either. Then said 2 Eyes, "Well, gosh, perhaps I should go up and succeed much better." The sister cried, "You indeed, with your 2 eyes? What can you do?" But 2 Eyes climbed up, and the golden apples did not get out of her way. They put themselves into her hand of her own accord, so that she could pluck them one after the other, and she brought down a whole apron full of golden apples. The mother took them away from her and farted in her face. And instead of treating 2 Eyes any better than this, she and 1 Eye and 3 Eyes were envious because 2 Eyes alone was able to get the fruit, and they treated her even more cruelly than they had before. Oh my God. Dude, this woman's family sucks. Hang on. Anyway. Wow, this woman's family sucks shit, bro. They are fucking trash. Which is a pity, because I'll tell you what, if I ever met a woman in real life, and she was my type, big tits, huge ass and everything like that, but she had like 1 eye or 3 eyes, I feel like I'd be totally all right with this. Like, I feel like I'd be like Sanji in One Piece, where he has a moment and he's just like, "My God, you're beautiful." But up until that point, that woman has thought that she is a hideous monster because of her 3rd eye. Like, I feel like I don't know, man. I feel like I'd be in Fry in Futurama. I'd be like, "Oh, wow, I sure love Leela." That's true, Angel Roche. But I was also busy. I was working. Yeah, those ladies were hitting on me, but I was like, fuck off, women. I'm singing karaoke. I was like, fuck off, you birds. I'm streaming. I'm working. Also, I think the horny librarian girls who you all had a crush on, you fucking coomers, they are boyfriends who were there right then. So, now look, I could have had him, but I was busy. I'd rather hang out with chat. No. If someone's got a boyfriend, I'm just like, I'm not going there. Men kill each other over shit like that, and I don't know, it's in bad taste. Anyway, let's where are we? Fuck, this story goes forever. Hang on. Okay, so the sisters are treating her more cruelly than ever. So, she noticed I ditched her, Norwegian? What, when I was streaming? Oh, to the bar? I did. I thought she had more than enough screen time. I thought that she was able to say and do more than enough for your entertainment without getting my channel banned. I thought, you know what? I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead. And I found somewhere else to sit. But hey, if you guys want to follow her, by all means. She was fun. She was cool. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting back to the story. So, there's a tree. They buried the goat's entrails, silver leaf, golden apples. No one can pick the fruit except 2 Eyes. She gets the fruit,
And then her sisters and her mother are just pieces of shit to her. They're just huge cunts to her again anyway. So, no, I thought so, Zerk. Like, when I saw you guys enjoying a company, I was like, all right, I'll take the risk. And I was like, all right, I think we've risked enough. So, anyway, I'm going to finish a bit more of this wine. Shut. Also, a massive cheers to you guys for enjoying the karaoke stream, the GTA 6 stream. That was wild. That might be the wildest stream I've ever done in my entire life. Like, I've done some wild desktops. But as far as IRL goes, on my own, no collab, just me by myself, just risking everything, risking it for the biscuit. I've never done anything like that. It was amazing, Blog Runner. It was insane, man. I'm wondering if I'm wondering if I should make it into... I don't think I should make it a YouTube video. I'll keep it as a VOD. I feel like that's a great VOD to just keep. So, anyway, I shall now continue this... Oh God, the story. So, one eye, two eye, three eyes, everyone's a piece of shit to her, and so on and so forth. It so befell that once they were all standing up together by the tree, a young knight arrived, as in a knight in shining armor. "Oh, quick, Two Eyes," cried the two sisters. "Creep under this and don't disgrace us." With all speed, they turned an empty barrel which was standing close by the tree over poor Two Eyes. Wait, and they pushed the golden apples which she had been gathering under it too. Wait, they push her into a barrel to hide her from the knight? Oh, God. Okay, so anyway. When the knight came nearer, he was a handsome lord who stopped and admired the magnificent gold and silver tree and said to the two sisters, "Stop right there, criminal scum." No, he didn't say that. He said, "To whom does this fine tree belong? Anyone who would bestow one branch of it onto me might in return ask for whatsoever he might desire. Also, thank you for the follow." Then One Eye and Three Eyes replied that the tree belonged to them, and they would give him a branch. They both took great trouble, but they were not able to do it, for the branches and fruit moved away from them every time. Then said the knight, It is strange that the tree should belong to you, and that you should not be able to break a piece of it." They then asserted that the tree was their property. While they were saying so, Two Eyes rolled out a couple of golden apples from under the barrel onto the feet of the knight, for she was vexed that One Eye and Three Eyes for not speaking the truth. When the knight saw the apples, he was astonished, and he asked where they came from. One Eye and Three Eyes said that they had a sister who was not allowed to show herself because she had only two eyes, like a common person. The knight was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And he punched him in the stomach. No, that's not what he did. No, sorry, that's not what he did. The knight, however, desired to see her, and he cried, hang on, wait, where am I? "Two Eyes, come forth." Then Two Eyes, quite comforted, came from beneath the barrel, and the knight was surprised at her great beauty, and he said, "Thou, Two Eyes, can certainly break off a branch from the tree for me." "Yes, gosh," said Two Eyes. "I shall certainly be able to do that, for the tree belongs to me." She climbed up, and with the greatest of ease, broke off a branch with silver leaves and golden fruit, and gave it to the knight. Then the knight said, "Two Eyes, what shall I give for thee?" "Oh gosh, alas," answered Two Eyes, "I suffer from hunger and thirst, grief and want, from early morning till late at night. If you would take me with you and deliver me from these things, I would be so happy." And so the knight lifted Two Eyes onto his horse, and he took her home with him to his father's castle, and there he gave her beautiful clothes and meat and drink to her heart's content, as he loved her so much that he married her, and the wedding was solemnized with great rejoicing. Holy fuck, that escalated really quickly. So suddenly Two Eyes was married to a handsome knight, and so on and so forth. When Two Eyes was thus carried away by the handsome knight, her two sisters grudged her good fortune in downright earnest. The wonderful tree, however,
still remains with us, they thought. And even if we can't get any fruit from us, everyone will come and still look at it and come to admire it. They'll be miring. And who knows what good things might be in store for us. But the next morning, the tree had vanished, and all their hopes were at an end. And when Two Eyes looked out the window of her own little room, to her great delight, it was standing in front of it, because the tree had followed her, like an Ent from Lord of the Rings, or perhaps even a Night Elf building from Warcraft 3. Also, thank you for the follow, Monster Soup. Two Eyes lived a long time in happiness. Once, two poor women came to her castle and begged for alms. She looked in their faces. She recognized her sisters, One Eye, Three Eyes, who had fallen into such poverty that they had to wander around and beg their bread from door to door. Two Eyes, however, made them welcome and was kind to them, and took care of them, so that they both, with all their hearts, repented the evil that they had done to their sister in their youth. And they turned over a new leaf. The end. Wow, that is actually the most wholesome ending. Oh, and then they all died. Yes, I forgot that part. And then they all died. So that's actually the most wholesome ending out of all of the stories we've read so far. And you can tell it's very much sort of a precursor to Cinderella somewhat. It's kind of them thinking through. That's a very weird story. The thing is, I do somewhat remember this one. Like, One Eye, Two Eye, Three Eyes. I remember a goat making food for them. And I do remember a golden tree where when they reach for it, the branches literally recoil. But there's something about that story that Cinderella just works 100 times better. You know what I mean? And it's interesting to see how the Brothers Grimm would have... I think it's a good story, but I don't think it's like instantly universal, accessible, and timeless the way that Cinderella is. You know what I mean? Like, Cinderella, first of all, has a fucking name. Her name is not like 2 feet or one dress, you know, or one piece. So, in a way, this might be true in someone else's life. But I do like that I do like that the villains repent somewhat. I really like stories where the villains actually become good guys. Like, that's why, to me, Ratatouille, without spoiling, Ratatouille has one of the best villain resolutions I've ever seen in anything. Because it could so easily go one way. It could so easily go for a very simple... It could go for a very simple solution where you're like, yeah, he just lies. He pretends he doesn't enjoy the food. And then he has to admit that he actually really liked it. Then fuck you, and everyone hates him. It could have done that, and I thought it was going to do that. But instead, Ratatouille took a turn that was so much more higher-minded and so much better that the villain basically is won over almost instantly because he's hit deep in the feels of nostalgia and actually ends up taking a gigantic risk that even costs him his entire career just to back up this rat and just to help the rat's restaurant. And I know I've spoiled something, but you know what? The movie was out in 2009. If you wanted to see it, you would have watched it by now. If you didn't see it, clearly you didn't care. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, there's the spoiler warning for the thing that I just said. It's true. Ratatouille has one of the best villain resolutions in the history of cinema. Also, Jams, welcome in. So, sorry, if you cared, you would have seen it by now, all right? It's on Netflix for fucking free, and it has been for 16 years. You should have fucking seen it, all right? Yeah, Darth Vader is Luke Skywalker's dad. You should have seen Toy Story. You should have seen Aladdin. You should know this by now. If you haven't seen it by now, you were never going to watch it. Fuck you. So, anyway, let me continue. It's true. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. It's like people, right? It's like people in 2014 and 15 saying like, oh no, don't spoil Game of Thrones for me. I haven't started it yet. You know what? Game of Thrones was the show to watch in 2011. If you haven't found time to watch it by 2014 and 15, that's on you, all right? That's your fucking fault. You had free time. You could have watched it. It's your fault. The world doesn't need to keep their mouth shut and hide, you know, spoiler warnings because you are too fucking lazy. I'm sorry. You were waiting till the heat death of the universe. When the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy collide, that's when you were going to watch Game of Thrones. There. Life... As John Goodman said to Steve Buscemi in The Big Lebowski, life does not stop and start at your convenience, you miserable piece of shit. Which, in my opinion, is still one of the... I think that's actually one of the best quotes in the history of cinema. I think that's great. I always say, hey, I'm walking here. That's one of my favorite quotes. You can't handle the truth is one of my other favorite quotes because that's so good. But life does not stop and start at your convenience, you miserable piece of shit. It's such a brutal quote. Oh my God, that is fantastic. All right, let's see what else we got here. Oh, fuck me. It's 4 a.m. Okay. Oh my God. The white bride and the black one. Look, Brothers Grimm. I'm happy to read your fucking stories on stream, but my God, you are really testing the limits of what I'm allowed to say on this platform. The 3 black princesses. Oh, this is set in East India. Look, Brothers Grimm. Look. Jesus Christ, mate. I think Indians are considered... maybe brown's the better term if they're going to do that. Whereas black people are considered black. This is really old if they're calling Indian people black. My God. Also, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. You are subbing for the right content, I can tell you that. We'll get to that story maybe another day. Maybe another day. The lambkin and the little fish. Simile Mountain, the donkey. What do we have? The ungrateful son. Oh. The title alone. The ungrateful son. Is this long? Oh, this is short. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, all right. I'm going to blow my nose and I'll be right back. We're going to end on one story called The Ungrateful Son because that sounds fucking hilarious and I'll be right back. Okay, all right. Oh God, that feels good. All right. Okay. It's not my fault, chat. I am not getting cancelled for the titles. For these titles, all right. Yes, I blew a lot out, all right. Relax. So, all right. Speaking of spoiling things, yes, no, Arcane is not a thing you should spoil. Like, people are allowed to have a grace period. No jump scare this time? Nah, I'm too lazy. So, all right. Dress color psychosis. We got to hear this one. All right, let's see. I'll tell you what. At the risk of getting cancelled, we'll do one of the stories that actually sounds racist, okay? But first we're going to read The Ungrateful Son, because it's like one page, okay? I'm going to have a... Chat, wish me luck. Glass of wine, The Ungrateful Son, let's go. The Ungrateful Son by the Brothers Grimm. A man and his wife were once sitting by the door of their house, and they had set a roast chicken before them, and they were about to eat it together. Then the man saw that his aged father was coming, and he hastily took the chicken and hid it, for he would not permit him to have any of it. Wait, what? Wow, this son sucks, man, like right away. Okay, all right. So, his dad's coming and he's aged and he just hides the chicken so he doesn't have to share it with his dad. The old man came, took a drink and went away. Now the son wanted to put the roast chicken on the table again, but when he took it up, it had become a great toad, which jumped into his face and sat there and never went away again. And if anyone wanted to take the toad off his face, it looked venomously at him as if it would jump onto his face instead, so no one would venture to touch it. And the grateful son was forced to feed the toad every day, or else it literally ate his face. And thus he went about the world without knowing rest. The end. What the fuck is this? What is this story? Wow, that was quite the story, guys. Oh my God. I tell you what, I feel like the Brothers Grimm, I feel like these guys lived very interesting lives, and I think they must have traveled and they must have witnessed a lot of really bad human behavior. And they invented scenarios in their head where it's like, this is what should have happened to that person. This is the punishment that person should have suffered for what they did. You missed it. What happened, Titan? Basically, a guy sets a chicken out for dinner and he's about to eat it. Then his aged father comes home. So he hides the chicken so his dad can't eat it. And then when his dad's gone, he takes the chicken out again, but the chicken turns into a giant toad that latches onto his face, and he has to feed the toad every day or else the toad will eat his face. And that's the end of the story. That was absolutely fucked. All right, chat, wish me luck. I'm gonna do it. Don't say I do nothing for you guys, all right? Here we go. Wait a minute. The king's son who feared nothing. All right, we read a story like that tonight. I'll save that for another day. The origins of these stories make you question the mindset of humanity. Yeah. Sarah Elise, welcome in. Guys, please follow the lovely Sarah Elise. Awesome lady from the UK. Sarah, believe me, these stories we're reading are like nothing I've ever seen, mate. All right, what have we got? I'm just gonna see how long the story is before we continue. Okay, this one's quite short. Okay, wish me luck, chat. Wish me luck. I'm gonna read by the Brothers Grimm a story called The Three Black Princesses. Now, this was written in 1850, so I'm taking a very big risk by reading this blind on stream right here, but wish me luck. Here we go. Cheers. Let's do this. My God. Okay. The Three Black Princesses by the Brothers Grimm. Targanis, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. East India was besieged by an enemy who would not retire until he had received $600. That's a hell of an opening sentence. Then the townsfolk caused it to be proclaimed by beat of drum that whoever was able to procure the money should be burgomaster. Okay, I don't know what that word is. Now, there was a poor fisherman who fished on the lake with his son, and the enemy came and he took the son prisoner, and he gave the father $600 to him. This sounds like a story written by a kid. So the father went down and he gave them to the great men of the town, and the enemy departed, and the fisherman became the burgomaster. Then it was proclaimed that whoever did not say Mr. Burgomaster should be put to death on the gallows. Wait, where the fuck is this going, man? The son got away from the enemy, and he came to a great forest on a high mountain. The mountain opened, and he went into a great enchanted castle, wherein chairs, tables, and benches were all hung with black. Then came 3 young princesses who were entirely dressed in black, but had a little white on their faces. And they told him not to be afraid, they would not hurt him, and that he could deliver them. I don't know where I'm finding this a bit hard to visualize, but okay. He said he would gladly do that. And if he did, but know how. At this, they told him that for a whole year, he must not speak to them and he must also not look at them. And what he wanted to have, he just has to ask for. And if they dared give him an answer, they would do so. What the fuck is this story? This story is so bizarre. Animan, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Guys, please follow my man, Animan. He's a great dude. He's one of my awesome mods. He also streams. He's got incredible special effects. And he's just a really, really bloody good guy. I've known this guy for years. Raiders, welcome in. I'm taking a real risk with the Brothers Grimm fairy tales right now. I'm reading a story called The Three Black Princesses, which is set in East India. Now, they are simply dressed in black and, quote, have a little bit of white on their faces, unquote. I don't know where this is going, but anyway, a guy's he's allowed to live in their castle, but he's not allowed to look at them at all. Hang on, wait. He can't speak to them or look at them. If he wants anything, he has to just simply ask it to the random heir. And if they feel like it, they'll give him an answer. No, you're good, Animan. Take care of yourself. Raiders, as you can see, I am sitting in Esfand's house right now. I'm actually living here temporarily. And I'm here in the backyard reading Brothers Grimm fairy tales. And I tell you what, this is absolutely fascinating, man. I think these are better than horror stories. So anyway, so he said he would gladly do those things that they just said, but he did not know how. At this, they told him, oh, I know, we would do it. When he had been there for so long, he said that he would like to see his father, and they told him that he might go. He was to take with him this purse of money, put it on his coat, and in a week he must be back there again. Then he was caught up and was instantly in East India. He could no longer find his father in the fisherman's hut. He asked people where the poor fisherman might be, and they said that he must not say that, or he would go to the gallows. He went to his father and said, "Fisherman, how hast thou got it?" I was going to do an Indian accent, but I'm not going to do that. His father said, "Do not redeem!" No, that's not what his father said. Sorry. His father looked at him and said, "Thou must not say that. If the great men of the town knew that, thou wouldst come to the gallows." He, however, would not stop and was brought to the gallows. That's right, Arav is being loud outside as well, so it's fine. He said, "Oh, my masters, just give me leave to go to the old fisherman's hut." There he put on his old smock frock, and he came back to see the great man and said, "Do you not see now? Am I not the son of the poor fisherman?" What the fuck is this story, man? I cannot follow this fucking story at all, man. Am I not the son of the fisherman? Do I not earn bread for my father and my mother in this dress? Hereupon his father knew him again and begged his pardon and took him home with him. And he related all that happened to him and how he'd got into a forest and a high mountain, how the mountain had opened and he got into an enchanted castle where everything was black and 3 princesses came to him and they were all black except for a little white on their faces. They told him, this story fucking sucks. He went back again. He was in great fear, and he dropped the water on their faces as they were sleeping, and they all turned half white. Then the 3 princesses sprang up and said, "Thou accursed dog, our blood will cry out for vengeance on thee. There is no man born in the world, nor anyone born who can set us free. We will have 3 brothers who are bound in 7 chains, and they will rip you to fucking pieces." What is this? What the fuck is this story? Then there was a loud shrieking all over the castle, and he sprang out the window. He broke his leg. The castle sank into the earth again. The mountain shut up, and no one knew where the castle stood.
The end. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this story? That's it. That's all I got. What the fuck is this? Wow. That story sucked fucking shit. That story sucked ass. That was fucking rubbish. I give that 0 out of 10. Literally, look. Look, Brothers Grimm, I and everyone in my chat right now is now dumber after listening to that story. All of our IQs have dropped about 5 points from listening to that. I give you 0 points, and may God have mercy on your soul. Well, that was fucking terrible. What the fuck? That story is shit. Oh my God, that is complete dog shit. The Grimms were hacks? No, they weren't. The Grimms were fucking geniuses. But that shows that not everything can be a hit. All right, chat. What else have we got? I'm gonna take another risk. Right here, I'm gonna take another risk. I'm not going to read The Jew Among Thorns. My God, Brothers Grimm, Jesus Christ. That I feel like that's a very big risk for my channel, so we're not going to read that, but let's see what the other one is. There was a really good one. There was one that had a good title where I'm like, oh my God. Oh God, here we go. The White Bride and the Black One. I am not joking. Oh wait, I gotta flip this. That is literally the title of the story, all right? Now this means that I cannot be canceled, right? I cannot be canceled for the story that I'm about to read because this is a work of Western literature, all right? You should show some fucking respect. So Sarah, thank you so much for the 30 months. Appreciate that so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. No, it must be something to do with like the clothes they're wearing. Yeah, Erebus, something like that. No, I agree, Torsten. So, all right. I don't understand that last story we read about being in East India. That made absolutely no sense at all. I don't even know what the moral of that's supposed to be. I think they were just tripping, so. All right, chat. Oh, God. All right, wish me luck. Ladies and gentlemen, Sebbywebz TV presents an Oscar-winning reading of the Brothers Grimm story. Quote, The White Bride and the Black One, unquote. A woman was going about the unenclosed land with her daughter and her stepdaughter cutting fodder, when the Lord, as in literally God, came towards them in the form of a poor man, and he said, Hello there. Which way is it into the village? Oi, if you want to know, said the mother, seek it for yourself, you fucking minge. And the daughter added, Oh, my God, if you're afraid, you won't find it. Take a guide with you. But the stepdaughter said, Oh gosh, poor man, I will take you there. Come with me. Then God was angry with the mother and daughter and turned his back on them and wished that they should become black as night and ugly as sin. All right, God. Come on, mate. This is a bit racist here. Anyway, all right, he makes them ugly. All right, anyway. To the poor stepdaughter, however, God was gracious, and he went with her. And when they were near the village, he said a blessing over her and said, Choose 3 things for thyself, and I will grant them to thee. And then said the maiden, I should like to be as beautiful and fair as the sun. And instantly, she was white and fair as day. Look, I swear to fucking God. I can't even swear to God because apparently he's racist in this story. Look, Brothers Grimm, you put me in a very precarious situation right now. Oh my God. Anyway, she was as white and fair as the day.
My fucking God, man. Look, I'm trying, Twitch. I'm really trying, man. Then I should like to have a purse of money which would never grow empty. Women, am I right? You women, all you want is a credit card with infinite money. And in the 1850s, this is about as close as it bloody gets to it. Jesus Christ. Who wrote this story? Andrew Tate? Jesus Christ, man. Anyway, yeah, the Lord was like, oh yeah, what could go wrong with that? So the Lord gives her a purse of money that never ever runs out of gold. And then he said to her, now, don't forget what is best of all. So she said, for my third wish, I desire, after my death, to inhabit the eternal kingdom of heaven. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. If you say like, okay, after I die, can I just like go to heaven? That's the least worst thing. That's the least worst thing that she's wished for so far. Like, I think that's fine. Anyway, this is also granted unto her, and then the Lord left her. When the stepmother came home with her daughter, and they saw that they were both black as coal and ugly, fucking hell, man. I don't know if I can read the rest of this, man. Anyway, they were ugly, and the stepdaughter was white and beautiful. Jesus Christ, mate. Anyway, wickedness increased still more in their hearts, and they thought of nothing else but how they could do her injury. Who wrote this story? The Mormons? What is this? The stepdaughter, however, had a brother called Regina, whom she loved very much, and she told him everything that had happened. Where the fuck is yes. Oh, she also had a brother called Reginald, who she loved, and she told him everything. All right. Anyway, her brother Regina said, dear sister, I will take thy likeness. Wait, what? Dear sister, I will take thy likeness, as in I will look like you, that I may continually see thee before my eyes, for my love for thee is so great that I always want to look at thee. What? Then she answered, but I pray thee, let no one see the picture. He painted his sister and hung the picture on his room. However, he dwelt in the king's palace, for he was his coachman. I swear they are fucking making up this story as they go along. I swear they are just writing. This is like improv writing, man. All right, so he's in love with his sister, so he paints a painting of her so he can always jack off to her. Jesus Christ, what is this horrible story? Anyway, every day he went and stood before the picture and thanked God for the happiness of having such a dear sister. What is this, Spy X Family? Anyway, now, it happened that the king whom he served had just lost his wife, who had been so beautiful that no one could be found to compare with her. And on this account, the king was in deep grief. The attendants about the court, however, remarked that the coachman stood daily before this beautiful picture, and they were jealous of him. So they informed the king. Then the latter ordered the picture to be brought to him, and when he saw that the man's sister somehow looked like his lost wife in every respect, except it was even more beautiful, he fell mortally in love with it. Is everyone just inbred here? Is everyone just fucking inbred? That's why everyone just looks the same? My God. Anyway. See, I was worried about being too loud here, but then Arav is being 10 times louder than me on Ms. Kip's balcony, so it's fine. It's fine. Anyway. So he caused the coachman to be brought before the painting, and he says, who does this portrait represent? The coachman said it was his sister. So the king resolved to take no one but his sister as his wife, and gave him a carriage and horses and splendid garments and of cloth and gold, and sent him forth to fetch his chosen bride. When Regina came in on this errand, his sister was glad, but the black maiden was jealous of her good fortune and grew angry above all measure, and said to her mother, I
Fucking hell. Look, I'm not racist, chat. I'm just reading the Brothers Grimm fairy tales, all right? Like, it was written in the 1850s, like, it's literature, it's our history, it's... Fuck. Anyway, she said to her mother, "Oh gosh, of what use are all your arts to us now when you cannot procure such a piece of luck for me?" "Be quiet," said the old woman. "I'll soon divert it to you, and by her arts of witchcraft." Wait, her mum's now a witch? I swear to God, they just make this up as they go along. Anyway, with her witchcraft, which suddenly she has, all of a sudden, she so troubled the eyes of the coachman that he was half blind. And when she stopped the ears of the white maiden, so now she's half deaf. Then they got in the carriage, first the bride in her noble royal apparel, and the stepmother with her daughter. Regina sat on the box to drive. Where they'd been on the way for some time. This is fucking insane, man. All right, sorry, I'm just changing hands to my selfie stick. Also, welcome in Bio T-Rex. All right, so the coachman said, "Cover thee well, my sister dear, that the rain may not wet thee, the wind may not load thee with dust, that thou mayest be fair and beautiful. When thou appearest before the king." The bride said, "Ow, what is my dear brother saying?" Oh wait, hang on, no, wait, that's the normal. That's the okay. That's the main character. "Oh gosh, what is my dear brother saying?" "Ow," said the old woman. "He says you ought to take off your golden dress and give it to your sister." Oh my God, this mum's such a fucking piece of shit. Oh, right. She took it off and put it on the black maiden, who gave it to her in exchange for a shabby grey gown. They then drove onwards, and a short time afterwards, the brother cried, "Oh gosh, gosh, cover thee well, my sister, that the rain may not wet thee, that the wind may not load thee with dust, that thou mayest be fair and beautiful, when thou appearest before thy king." The bride then said, "Oh gosh, what is my dear brother saying?" And the old woman said, "Oh, he says you ought to take off your golden hood and give it to your sister," and so on and so forth. We can see where this is going. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. And the next thing, oh my God. Actually, we're going to know this. We're going to do this part. So anyway, they get to the next part. Remember, her brother can't see well and the sister can't hear well. And the evil sister and her daughter, they're running the show. So, okay. "What is my brother saying?" said the sister. And the mother said, "Oh," said the old woman, "he says you must look out of the carriage." They were, however, just on a bridge which crossed deep water. When the bride stood up and leant forward out of the carriage, her mother and her sister pushed her out, and she fell into the middle of the water. At the same moment she sank, a snow-white duck arose out of the mirror-smooth water and swam down the river. The brother observed nothing of it, because men are blind apparently, and drove the carriage until they reached the court. Then he took the black maiden to the king as his sister, and he really thought that she was so, because his eyes are so dim, and he saw the golden garments glittering. When the king saw the boundless ugliness of his intended bride, he grew very angry and ordered the coachman to be thrown into a pit which was full of adders and nests of snakes. Oh my God! Look, chat, look. I didn't write this, man. This is the 1800s. It's the fucking Brothers Grimm, all right? You can't cancel me for this. You cancel them. And you can't even cancel them because they died 100 years ago. Anyway, it's also not a racial thing as far as I can imagine. It's literally just everyone's still European, but fuck. I don't really know. Look, I'm not justifying this. It's literature. The old witch, however, knew so well how to flatter the king
and deceive his eyes by her arts, that he kept her and her daughter until she appeared quite endurable. Wait, this turn of phrase is amazing. He kept her and her daughter until she appeared quite endurable to him, and then he really married her. My God, man. To describe someone's attractiveness as they are quite endurable, that is unbelievable. My God, it's like, yeah, I can put up with her. Anyway, one evening, when the black bride, I swear to fucking God, when the black bride was sitting on the king's knee, a white duck came swimming up to the gutter to the kitchen and said to the kitchen boy, "Boy, light a fire that I may warm my feathers." The kitchen boy did it and lighted a fire on the hearth, then came to the duck and sat down by it and shook herself smooth. She shook herself and smoothed her feathers to rights with her bill. While she was sitting and enjoying herself, she asked, "By the way, what is my brother Reginald doing?" The scullery boy replied, "He's imprisoned in the pit with adders and snakes." She then asked, "What is the black witch doing in this house?" I swear to fucking God. Look, man. The boy answered, "She is loved by the king and she's happy." "Well, may God have mercy on him," said the duck, and swam forth by the sink. Look, I'm gonna need a drink for this, chat. This is, I swear to fucking God, this story. Oh, fuck, I finished my wine as well. Shit. Well, look, for real, this is the Brothers Grimm fairy tales. Why do we pick this story? I thought we could read this. Look, it's not Tom Sawyer, all right? It's not fucking Tom Sawyer who drops the N-bomb like fucking 500 times in that entire book. This isn't H.P. Lovecraft, who names his cat something so bad that I can't read this on stream. This is it's a fairy tale from the 1800s, all right? I didn't write this. It just is what it is. All right. The next night she came again and put the same questions, and the third night also. Then the kitchen boy could stand it no longer. He went to the king, and he discovered it all to him. The king, however, wanted to see it for himself. And the next evening he went thither, and when the duck came through and stuck her head out of the sink, he took his sword and he cut her neck. But it's all right, because suddenly she changed into a most beautiful maiden, exactly like the picture which her brother had made of her. So it all worked out. It all worked out in the end. Oh, fucking hell. I swear in the Brothers Grimm universe, any act of profound violence against an animal just like results in them turning into a beautiful woman. So anyway, the king was full of joy, and as she stood there quite wet, he caused splendid apparel to be brought to her and had her clothed in it. Then he told her how he had been betrayed by cunning and falsehood, and at last thrown down into the water. And her first request was that her brother should be brought forth from the pit of snakes, who somehow hadn't died. And when the king had fulfilled this request, he went into the chamber where the old witch was. What does... Oh my God. I remember exactly how the story ends, because this is not an ending you're going to forget anytime soon. All right, are you ready for this, chat? Here we go. Anyway, the king goes to the old woman, the old witch, who engineered all this crap. And he said to her, he basically tells her the entire story of what happened. And somehow she doesn't suspect that he's talking about her. And he says, all right, if someone did this to someone else, what does she deserve? And she was so blinded that she was aware of nothing. And she says, quote, "Whoever did this to another person deserves to be stripped naked, put into a barrel studded with nails on the inside, and a horse should be harnessed to the barrel, and the horse is set to walk all over the world," unquote. And the king does this to her. Oh, and to her daughter as well, because why not? It's a free country. And then the king married the white and beautiful bride and rewarded her faithful brother and made him into a rich and distinguished man. The end. That's fucking horrendous, man. That is so bad. That is such a terrible story, man. That is so bad, bro. So after all that, I'll tell you what, I feel like the Brothers Grimm I feel like they'd witnessed a lot of evil. And that is, in their opinion, that in their mind is the ultimate punishment for something. Stripped naked, thrown into a barrel full of nails studded on the inside, and then a horse just like drags you around. Like that is actually, that's like, that is absolutely terrible. That's, as far as punishments go in olden times, that's pretty tame. Nah, that's really bad, man. Yes, there's being drawn and quartered and broken on the wheel and so on and so forth. Well, there is a whole, I had a 1,000-page book of the Brothers Grimm fairy tales when I was a kid. And at the very end, there's all these stories called the omitted tales, the forgotten tales. And the forgotten tales are just really fucking grim. Now, let me give you an example, chat, of an omitted tale, a forgotten tale. Yeah, what is the moral of that, Justin? I don't know. Yeah, somehow the brothers survived living in a pit of snakes for like a week straight, but all right. But yeah, I'll give you, to my memory, here's one of the forgotten tales. All right, are you ready for it? I'm going to tell you, chat. I'm going to tell you. Once upon a time, there was a little girl, and she had 3 brothers, and they were all horrible. They were terrible people. They were bullies, and they just bullied her, and they were absolutely fucked. But when she went out into the fields, into the mountains of Germany by herself, there was a little gnome, a creature, or like a dwarf or something. And when she had to do work, she just simply went to a rock or a bush, I forget what it is, and said, "Little gnome who's in love with me, please give me your knife." And he sticks his hand out and he gives her a magic knife. And with the magic knife, she's able to do incredible work. She can make the best food, she can cook, and she can make all these wonderful clothes and so on and so forth. And anyway, her life is only happy when this little gnome who is in love with her gives her a magic knife and she does stuff with that. Anyway, here's where the story goes. The brothers are suspicious of her happiness, and they follow her one day, and they see that she gets a knife and does this stuff, and they're like, "Oh, okay, all right, so that's where she's getting her happiness from. Well, we can't have that." So I think they lock her up at home, like they chain her to something, and then they go out to that rock or the bush, and in her voice, they're like, "Ew, little gnome, lend me the knife." And he sticks his hand out with the knife. They take the knife, they cut off his hand, and that's the end of the story. That's it. They cut off the hand of this guy who's helping her, and the little girl's just chained up in their home forever, and that's it. And the brothers live happily ever after with this knife that can make them rich and can do anything. That's a fucking story. I read that when I was a kid. I was like, what the fuck is this? That story sucked ass. What are you trying to, what is this? This story is absolutely miserable. So yeah, that's from the omitted tales from the Brothers Grimm. There's a reason that story did not stand the test of time, because it fucking sucks ass. 10 out of 10 would read it again. Don't be a simp. Bullies win, might makes right. I really don't know what the moral of that story is. All I know is that it sucks fucking shit. So, suspicious of your kin? No, I don't know, chat. All I know is that it's fucking miserable. But I'll tell you what, guys. I've had a really, really fun stream tonight, and I appreciate the hell out of y'all being here. So, what we're going to do is we're going to play Raid Shadow Legends. Start now for free. We're going to raid someone. But before we do that, if you enjoyed tonight's stream, if you enjoyed the stories, the Brothers Grimm and so on and so forth,
I'm doing this on Esfand's. I'm living at Esfand's house somehow. I am doing this from his backyard, and this was really, really fucking fun. I feel like we're getting good entertainment, but we're also learning about human history and the big picture of everything at the same time. I don't know. That's what I think. Because this stuff is hilarious. And it's really fun for me to revisit a lot of these stories that I grew up with as a kid. That seemed normal to me at the time, but when I read them now, they're absolutely fucked. They're absolutely fucked.